Good morning, everybody, and it is time for another great Mega Make and Take here at the At-Home Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. Isn't it, Vicki? Are you excited about another one?
I'm so excited. I always love to learn new stamping techniques.
Exactly, and this one we're going to be stamping like a boss, as the package says.
Stamping like a boss. I'm ready for it.
It is, and like you said, you know, there's so many great different types of stamps, different techniques, so many different ink pads, you know, for what you're inking on, and paper and such like that.
Exactly.
So, and our box today is full of 4 great presentations, some shopping, some specials, all that great stuff.
So yeah,
can't wait. I know I've been doing a lot of stamping, of course.
Mr. Own my own stamp company over here.
I know. I'm still too terrified to do a video on one of these.
You have to, Dave.
Maybe next year.
Write in the comments about how much you want to see a video from Dave. You need to start a YouTube channel.
I know. I do need to do that too. So
that's fun.
Maybe that would be a good 2022 thing to do. So as I get more comfortable, but for sure. But it is there's so many different types of techniques. I had mentioned about different stamp pads for different papers and what you're going to use if you're using certain markers and things like that.
Watercolor.
So, watercolor is beautiful. Which you're going to
see later on in some of the demos.
Yes.
I love learning about the different mediums.
Yes.
Because, you know, it's fun to, I know like Copic markers are a lot of fun, and then, you know, the different other like Tombows and all that. But then you get into like the watercolor brushes and the paper and the different pencils and how to use them and all that. It's really enticing as a consumer and a shopper.
Yeah, I know, as we are.
I want all the different brands. Like,
we're
I'm
users,
not stuck on just one. I have room for it all. I just need about 40 more jobs. But, but I like literally just love everything. And everything works differently. And
exactly.
So you know, that's how I feel anyways. I love it all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and you know, with the thing with stamping is there's such a good variety of different ones. You know, you have the red rubber stamps, which are really good with all those little fine, intricate parts and things like that. And you know what's funny?
I'm sorry to cut you off, but what's really funny is recently on Instagram and YouTube, I've noticed that people have, it's almost like, you know, when something comes back around.
Yes.
That vintage, you know.
Yes.
And anyways, one question before I get off. Is my bow too small?
Nope. It's perfect. That was so important, everybody. Here we go.
My mom's like, you're wearing that bow. I'm like, yeah, I am. Okay. I'm sorry, I digress. Okay, no, but I've noticed on Instagram and YouTube that people are bringing back like those wood back stamps that are so, you know, they're so fun. And I never did get rid of them because I'm a true hoarder.
Yes.
And so
me too.
People are like posting, you know, the really cute like gingerbread men and all of the fun, you know, things that we had in the past, like the Raggedy Ann doll. And I've seen people start sharing projects and making cards with these vintage stamps. And I'm so excited about that because I've never, that's why I can never part with any of them. Because I still love them. And so, it's like
they each have a purpose. Because in the clear stamps. I
love those too.
Those are great because you know, I'm not that big of a colorist. So there's stamps out there that have a lot of the white space that you can do coloring, you know, do your coloring. But also what is also great is there's also stamps for us minimal or non-stampers to where if you just want that really bright, vibrant stamp color of an image on something. So there's something, you know, for everybody in the stamping world.
I agree.
And I like, you know, like the vintage stamps you were speaking of, is that you don't see a lot of those images on the clear stamps.
Right.
True. You know, so.
Yeah, it's true. And I just, and also another technique that's really really beautiful is the layering of the stamp.
Yes.
And they layer like a flower, or what I've never done, but I've watched it, and I do think we have a demo about it today, I'm pretty sure. But how they'll emboss the image, and then they'll stamp it, and then they'll emboss it with a beautiful black or white.
Yes.
And then they color it in.
Yes.
I've always wanted to do that, but I always forget to, and I think that it just makes it pop and look so beautiful.
Yeah, you're able to use that
gold.
Yeah,
gold embossing. Oh,
yeah, how beautiful that is. And it's I forget that you can use your stamp pads on your embossing folders to get that different look.
Exactly.
And I do like the look that's in one of the projects today using that. Hold on, I just lost my train of thought. It'll come back here in just a minute. Squirrel. Oh, I know. So the stamping platforms. What a great tool, whether you have a Misty or, the Tonic Tim Holtz. Those are so great to use to get those images exactly where you want them.
Exactly.
You can put your clear stamp down and just position it exactly right. And a couple things with the platforms is those are really good when you are doing your layering of your stamps, because I have done that with some flowers. Works perfect.
Right.
And then also it works really well. Let's say that you have a color and you stamp it and you want it to become darker, so you can re-ink it and you're stamping the same spot. So I use that technique or that a lot in my stamping, because I want those those really bright outlines for cutting, especially if you're doing dyes and stuff.
Exactly. So, do you have like a most besides your own? I know, of course, but is there a stamp set that you like tend to use over and over, or sentiment, or anything like that?
I tend to use. I really like to use the pet ones with the dogs.
Oh yeah.
I'm always going to going to the dogs, I guess you could say. But I just love, because I love my little Zoe. We were talking about her earlier.
Yeah.
So I just happen to have a set that I use pretty often that has to do with dogs, and I also have a wood stamp that I use a lot that I'll send to friends, and it has a fan on it, and I stamp it and it says fan mail on it.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, so just there's so many little cute things.
That's really cute. I like that.
And I know that our first presenter, 𝐂𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐷𝐞, I know they have a ton of the cute little their funny bones sayings for sure. So
I've been telling you that you need to go on the website, copy some of the scented jokes
for my jokes,
because they're so funny. I can't wait to see her her video, because I'm sure there'll be something funny that we'll crack up on.
Yes. Well, and her project coming up is really nice too, and some great tips in using the Versamark stamp pad. So
interesting.
So it's going to be really good. And
I love that.
Yes.
I love how creative people are in building the background where they shade it in with the distress oxides and all kinds of stamping like a boss technique.
Yes, so there you go.
Awesome. You right when you think they can't come out with something different or new and whatever, then they do, and it's amazing. And I just have so much fun, right? I mean,
exactly.
It is. There's nothing like receiving a card, but I also love making a card, and it's so much fun.
Yes.
It's so much fun. Yeah.
Being able, I always think of a stamp, you're like putting your stamp of approval on the card.
Right.
And another thing we're going to be seeing today that, what I really haven't seen a lot of is, doing the stamping and doing the embossing. So, it's one of those things where kind of is here and then it kind of goes and comes back. So, and that's the wonderful thing about crafting is everything can come and go, and it doesn't get old. And that's why we all have stashes and pull out things and use them. And we know, my neighbor's getting ready to have a baby boy. Aww. So I need to get to making a baby boy card and trying to figure out a gift. So, and I'm sure we'll be stamping.
Yes. Are you going to be doing any of the Christmas in July? I kind of want to. I kind of want to go try that. I think that's a lot of fun. you know,
That would
so
be fun.
I can't wait to bust out all of my Christmas stamps
There you go.
in July.
We'll have a Christmas card exchange. You
We
and I.
should.
Yes.
Okay,
We'll
I'm
get
down.
each other a Starbucks card.
Let us know in the comments if you want to see the cards we make for each other.
All right, everybody. Well, enough about us. We are getting ready, and you are getting ready to watch a great demo and presentation from Riley and Company. So we'll be back, everyone.
Hi everyone, this is Tanya. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining me today for the Make and Take. We are going to have a lot of fun. This is the card that we are going to be making today. It's almost like 2 cards in one. So much fun to make this card. But if you notice on here, I'm going to get it really close. If you see the little bubbles, those were stamped on there with something called Versamark. Now in your kits, this is a stamping themed event. So I'm going to teach you just a little bit about Versamark and what you can do with it. It's a really versatile little pad and there's so many things that you can do with it. All right, so you should have received this in your kit. It's a little baby Versamark. It also comes in this size. All right, now Versamark is a clear ink that can create watermarks. So basically, if you have a Versamark pad, you have every color of ink that will match any color of paper that you have. Because all it simply does is stamp a little darker than the color of the paper. So you have ink to match every single one of them out of this one little pad, which is a lot of fun. Now, as I mentioned, your pad is clear. Mine is not. This is what happens when you leave your Versamark pad open around your embossing powder and you forget to shut it before you turn on your embossing gun. Yeah. So this is going to be your #1 tool. Okay? Does anybody know what this is? Put it in the comments if you do. And I just had to take a drink of coffee. Sorry. This is a used dryer sheet. All right. What it does is it destatics your paper before you use it. And you just want to rub it on there. Yes, there are little pads, anti-static pads you can buy. You got these anyway, right? So we used to just have a whole Kleenex box full of them. Now it's destatic, so I'm just going to take my stamp and tap down a couple times and just stamp down. The first thing I'm going to show you is mica powders. These are perfect pearls. There's all kinds of different mica powders on the market in a million different colors. I love them. So all you do is take a little brush, tap it off, and watch what happens. And there you have it. Now I used a happy birthday stamp. If you have leaf stamps, these are fantastic to do leaf backgrounds with. All right. Now what you're going to do, before you tap it off, shut your pad, trust me. I just tapped it off in the trash. It's going to be a little extra. And you can just take your mica powder, or I mean your used dryer sheets, and just work off the extra mica powder, okay? Second up, you can use this, and you can go a lot more than that. You can get it off. Secondly, you can use it to emboss with. And embossing has kind of gone by the wayside. I haven't seen a lot of it lately. It will come back, I promise. But a Versamark pad is one of the things that you can use to emboss with. So we're going to do the same thing. All right, and we are just going to stamp down again. And watch this. Now, I shut my pad. Remember that? Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to want to do is get some embossing powder on here, and I don't have a single thing to do it with. So I'm just going to tap and cover the words with my embossing powder. I hope everybody can see that. And then I'm just going to tap it off in the trash. You can use a coffee filter. You can use all kinds of stuff to pour this into, and then you can put it back in your jar. They usually don't come in giant jars like this. This is from when I had my store. But you will see there's green on there, correct? Yep. Now what I'm going to do is there's a little bit of extra. I'm just going to take my paintbrush and go in and scrape away the little extra. Okay, then you use a heat gun, which I'm sure a lot of you have. Okay, it's just like this. Now the first thing I do is I just wait until it gets nice and hot. And I'm going to show you how to emboss. A lot of people I see do this. That's the spazzy way to do it. You don't have to do that. Embossing powder is basically little tiny plastic particles. So all you're going to do is just hold it on there and move it along ever so slowly until all of it has melted. Now I can do that again on a white one if you would like me to, but I don't think it's necessary. But this is green embossing powder on black, which you would probably never do. But the point is that if you can see that, it's shiny. And so embossing powder is basically little plastic particles that are really ground up with some pigment color. The Versamark helps it stick, and then you just use a heat gun to heat it up. Right? So that's a Versamark pad. It is very, very versatile. Get it? Anyway, all right, we are going to move on to our card right now. I have totally made a mess, but I didn't blow any of my pieces away. So we are going to go ahead and start with this card. Now, in your kits, you should have all of the pieces of paper, right? You will have a little baggie full of gems. Okay, you've got your base pieces and all the fun stuff. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take one of our solid white sheets like this, all right, and the two medium-sized pieces. Now, you are going to want to make a score line on one side of the piece as it's laying horizontal, a 1/2 inch in, and the other one a 1/2 inch in. One is going to go on the top, and one is going to go on the bottom on opposite sides, okay? So the easiest way to do this is we are just going to lay this on our card base, just like that. Get it nice and lined up. Flip it over. I put double stick tape on here first, and then you just fold it over. All right, then we're going to come back to the front again. Lay our second one on there. Make sure it's nice and square. All right, hold on to it and do the same thing. Turn it over. Pull our tape line off. And there you go. Now, if that's going to take you a little while, it's okay. Just hit pause or come back and watch the video later. We'll have it here. All right, then the last piece we're going to do, I'm going to take my handy dandy zip dry, and this is why I love zip dry again, because you can move it around, and we are just going to put our big piece onto the back of this so we don't see our lines. And with the zip dry, all you need to do is go around the outside edges. Okay. And we are just going to move it with the zip dry until it's all nice and lined up. If it comes out the edges, that's okay. With your zip dry, you just rub it right off. So now we have a card that looks the same that way and that way. All right, super easy. So let's start on the front. Another thing that I used for the card was Peacock Feathers Distress Ink, and that was in your instructions. And all I did with it is I have pieces everywhere. 2 of those, we don't need those. And basically what I did is I took the ink and just really lightly edged all of my blue paper. Now you'll notice that this cardstock is nice and heavy. That is cardstock. I'm going to do the same with this piece. That is cardstock from the Paper Cuts. I love their papers. I get all of my solid papers exclusively from the Paper Cut because the quality is so fabulous. And a lot of people ask me what paper I use for the Copics, and I use Mohawk. And Paper Cut, I don't believe, has the Mohawk. They might, and they might have paper that's good for Copics. I don't know, but all of my colored stuff I get from there. So what we're going to do, you will notice that There's only one way this fits on here, right? And if you have zip dry, you may have noticed I just laid that down on its side. That way, if I'm going to use it again, I don't have to wait for it to make its way to the bottom if there's very much gone. So I'm going to lay that on there like that. Okay. And for those of you that don't know about zip dry, I'm getting a lot of you educated on zip dry. It is fabulous glue. If I did this different, or if I wanted another piece on here, all I would have to do is lift it up, and zip dry will let you remove it for a little while. That's why it lets you move it around. It's basically rubber cement in a bottle, and I love it. I would buy it by the gallons if I could. So we're going to do the exact same thing with your top piece. And move it around and get it lined up with your bottom. Okay, and then find your yellow piece. Okay, I didn't put any ink on the edge of that, but I did on the same piece, which is I'd Swim the Ocean for you. So we're going to set that just like that. And then I just took my sponge. You don't even really have to re-ink. And I just went right along the edge. The key to edging is less is more. Okay, less is more. You really want the edging just to give it a little shadow, a little fake shadow. Okay, so we're going to put this on there. And see, with zip dry, if I accidentally dropped it and went that way, if you had a different type of glue, you would have to peel that up, and chances are you would lose one of your pieces. With zip dry and it falls down, it lets me move it while it is still wet, so I can get it perfectly aligned. Because after all, if you're going to this much trouble to make this much of an awesome card, you certainly want your lines to be straight. Now on the bottom piece, you have two different brown strips, okay? The big one is for the inside. This is for the outside. We're going to tear it and make it look like sand. Now, the trick to that is tearing towards you. And I'll show you why. So you're just going to tear the paper a little bit towards you. All right? And when you do that, it gives you the tear edge with the actual torn piece away from the paper in the front instead of in the back, so it inks up a lot nicer. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my vintage photo distress ink and a different little sponge out of my blending cabinet. All right, I'm going to ink it up, and I'm just going to go along the edge and see how that turns out into sand. Love it. Go all the way around. Okay, and then we're just going to glue that down, and it's going to go over that edge just like that. Okay. All right, now we have got that down. Now all we need to do is color the pieces for the front and put them on. So let's go ahead and move to the inside and get all the inside basic pieces down, and then we will come back and we will do our coloring. So you have a big yellow piece, correct? And we are just going to glue around the outside edge of that and get it nice and straight. Okay, we're going to do the exact same thing you did before with your smaller piece, but we're going to do it with the big piece. So we're just going to tear that edge, and we're going to add a little ink to it. All right, now, in order to place this, you have to use your waves piece. Excuse me. So I'm going to lay that down, and then I'm going to know where this needs to go. So I need to get underneath that wave piece. So I'm going to have just a little bit of a border down here. And we will put our little zip dry in. And go down there. And then just attach your blue piece. And it's really that easy. We're going to save the words till the ends because we want to tuck them inside the palm trees. So we are ready to go on our coloring. So we're going to take this piece and just kind of set it aside. Now, for the sake of time, you have 2 of these pieces. You have 2 of these pieces, okay? And you have your sandbar and all of this stuff. Now, ahead of time, you should have stamped and cut out your little fish, because you got this set with your kits, okay, little baby set. This is actually 3 enlarged pieces, or 4, I'm sorry, enlarged pieces from our Dress Up Underwater sets. So if you want the little babies to go with these, you can get the Dress Up Underwater set. It has all kinds of fun stuff in it. We also have Riley, and we also have the shovel. Okay, so we're going to set the stamps aside for later. We already have them printed and cut out. So let's go ahead and do our palm trees. I have the colors on your instructions, but I always use pretty much the same colors, 𝐂𝐤𝐿3 and 𝐂𝐤𝐿6. And it's super easy. For those of you that have seen me color before, this is the reason that I love Copic markers, is because they are so crazy forgiving because they blend so well. So I am going to just cover the whole base in the green and give it a base to blend on. Then I'm going to come back, and you can make 2 different colors with the same, you can make 2 different colors with the same Copic pen. So if you look here, I'm going to go ahead and leave the top of it uncolored because it's going to have a little bit of a shadow underneath, right? And I'm just going to go over it again with the same pen underneath, leaving just a little bit at the top. That helps beginners a lot not have to buy so many pens because it can be a little inundating. All right, so there we have that, and there's a little bit of a shadow, right? So I'm just going to bring my next darkest color in, and I'm going to go even less because I just want to make that shadow underneath a little more pronounced. Okay. Now see how it's blending in already? See how it's blending in already? And I didn't do anything. It's because there's an alcohol base laid on there already from our last pen. Now, I don't want the harsh lines, or you can leave them if you like them. I'm just going to go back to my original pen and just go right over what I just did and use it as kind of a blender to blend it into my first color. And that's basically how you use a Copic marker. Super easy. I believe, let's see, we're going to lay down some browns on the bases and the coconuts. So I'm going to use my lightest brown, which is E35. Nope, I lied, sorry. Hope nobody started coloring yet. E33. And for those of you that have colored Riley with me, you know that that's Riley's color. Super easy. I'm going to lay that base down, and I'm going to give this whole entire tree trunk a base of brown. Okay, I'm going to go back in with the same markers, the same thing. Give it a little bit more of a color. Now on this, you will notice that the lines are on this side, so we are going to make that the shadowed side. And just add a little bit more color on that shadowed side. Then I'm going to come back in with my 35. Give it a little more color on the little coconuts. And a little more color on this side. Now, if you have a darker brown marker, since this is a stamping theme, I'm going to just show you a little bit more detail. If you have a stamping, or if you have another marker, the E37, you don't have to use it, but you can. And the more detailed you get, see how I just added a little baby line of darker on that. And it just made a world of difference. And since they're wet, they're already blending in with themselves. And that's all. You can each actually come in and put a little line at the bottom of these too. Doesn't take much. Somebody asked me the other day what the difference between 𝐒𝐤𝐧𝐧𝐞s and sketches are. And really, nothing. There are differences. We're going to set our palm trees aside. Okay, we're going to come out with the sun. But I don't have a sketch here. I have both of them. The Copics have the round barrel and the sketches have the oval barrel. They both have the same tips. They have a brush tip and they have a chisel tip. Okay. The 𝐒𝐿𝐴 come in 120 some colors. The sketches come in 300 and some colors. These are about $2 cheaper, depending on where you get them. So I'm kind of a tightwad. So I just bought all that I could in the Copic 𝐒𝐿𝐴s first, and then I supplemented with the sketches later. And the great thing about them is they're refillable. I absolutely love them because they are refillable. So now let's do our sun. And again, we're just going to cover the whole thing. I always get the white lines on the outside too. Always. And then I'm just going to come in with my little darker shade. Come around here and give it some shadows. Okay, that's all there is to that. Easy peasy. And now we're done. So all we have left is our shovel. And we're going to make our shovel orange. How's that? And really, this is all I did. That's it. That's it. It's as easy as it is to color. So let's just go ahead and put them on the inside of our cards now. So what we're going to do is we are going to attach our, and if your zip dry gets all gummed up like this, it's okay. It's just rubber cement. Just tear it off. We're going to put a little, we're going to put that one right there. All right. And we are going to put the other one right here. And then we will put our little tops on, our fronds. Okay, so you just kind of look and see where you want them. So I pushed it out as far as I could to the edge, and you can even push it over a little bit if you want, and then just cut it off. I like to make things look as if they're part of the whole instead of separate pieces on a piece of paper. So we're going to put that one on. Now on this one, we're not going to touch this. We're going to leave this leaf unglued. Palm frond, sorry. This frond unglued. And there's a reason for that. Because let's put a little bit of ink around the outside edge of this. Okay, we are going to put our saying on it. And this is, of course, a funny bone saying, just in case anybody was wondering. I'd swim the ocean for you. No, not really. There's sharks in there. So I'm just going to take this and slide it underneath that one. If you want it underneath this one too, look, you still have time. Alrighty. There you have it. So we have that done. Now, on the shovel, this is a little different. I wanted it to look like it was down inside the sand. Can you guys see that? Down inside the sand? So what I did is I just cut off the bottom. That's all. And I'm going to put a little bit of glue on here. And I'm just going to glue it on. Now, it looks really cute that way, but it also just kind of looks like a cut off shovel. Okay, so I'm going to take my lightest marker that I have in my pack, which was the 33. Okay, and I am very gently just going to draw a little line like that to make it look like my bases of my trees and my little shovel are sitting in something. It just grounds them a little bit. We're going to put our sun on, and then the inside is done. Super simple. And you can put it anywhere you want. And then we'll go to the outside. Okay, so all we have left to do is the bottom of the outside. This card is very, very easy to do. Now, all we have left is our fishes and our bank and our little Riley. We can start with the Riley first and the little bank. I typically color by color, so I'll do all the browns at one time and all the greens at one time and that. So I'm just going to fill in this. The cat has finally settled down. If you notice, I went over it a second time and maybe even a little third time. Okay, we got a new kitten and she's quite noisy, so I thought maybe she was going to pay you guys a visit. So we're going to color Riley's face and his arms and his ears. Let me know if you leave a comment in the section. Let me know if you've ever been scuba diving. I have, and it's absolutely one of my favorite things to do. All right, so now we have the Riley colored, and I'm just going to come in again with the same marker and just give him a little bit of darker spots. Okay. And over here, and probably back in there, and a little under his chin. Okay, so there you go. I'm going to go ahead and take my E35 and just give him a little more shadows. And under his belly, because it wouldn't be as bright. And underneath his legs. And back in here a little bit. And probably in his mask. Okay. And maybe back in behind there. That's as easy as that is. We're going to take the E47 and do his ears and his hooves. Making sure to get all the white spot on the edges. All right. Now with our E35, I am going to come in and add a little bit more shading in here. Okay, and then just take my 33 and come back and just do some circles so that it'll blend in. And we are done with that. Let's tackle, let's see, we have some green here. So we'll just do our little seaweed. And I do believe we had some green on one of the fish, and keep in mind you can color your fish any color that you want. All right, if you're not coloring and you're following along with me, let me know where, if you've dove before, let me know where you have done your scuba diving before. I'm going to take my yellow and I'm going to color in this little guy's face. And I'm going to do all of his fins because the next color is darker. I'm going to do his tail too. I just kind of wing it as I go when I do little fish because you never know. And they may never even exist, but you know, hey, they exist in my world. Okay, and we'll make his shorts yellow. All right, I'm just going to take the second color, the darker yellow, and color underneath his, to make a little bit of a shadow here. And I'm going to make a little shadow on my fish. And I'm going to use it as an orange and make his tail. Just like that. Okay. And I am going to do some of the little fins. They're not fins, they're scales. On this little guy. All right, so he is all done. Now, let's grab our orange marker and give him an orange face. All right, we're going to throw a little bit of orange just to shade him just a tad. And to shade this one. And that's also, we're done with our fish. Those two fish anyway. I am going to make my shells. They're going to have a little bit of orange in them. You can do whatever colors you choose. My little sea urchin there. Now I also gave you 2 additional colors. They are, it's 𝐒𝐬𝐳, you've got pinks and stuff like that. So go ahead and do whatever colors you want. I'm going to bring the coral out in these. I'm going to add the coral to my shells. Coral color to my shells. That really probably didn't make any sense. So now that is done. And then we're going to move on here to our little seahorse. Okay, and he has got this little pinkish little body on the outside. And he's got a really light pink on the inside. All right, and you can shade him as you want as well. The other pinks, there's a very, very bright pink, an RV06. We're going to use that to make his fins. You always want bright fins. Personally, I think black fins in a black swimsuit or a black wetsuit is really cool looking. However, if you're swimming somewhere where there's sharks, you might get mistaken for a seal, so you don't want to do that. I learned that when I was diving last time. Now, all we have left to do is the tank. We are going to use C3 to do the base of the tank. All right, we're going to use C5 to give it a little bit of shadow. All right, and the regulator and all the straps. This is the regulator. So the regulator here is going to be black, and the lines going in is going to be black, very carefully. And the strap around him is going to be black. And the tank straps, we're going to make it black. And I think I want his mask pink like his fins. You don't have to, but I'm going to. All right. Oops, and his little strap. Okay. And that's all there is to it. If you want to add a little more pink to your seahorse, you can do that. Give him a little bit more color. And all that's left is the glue, and folks, and then we're going to use our Versamark as a watermark. So we're just going to go ahead and let's put this down first. We're going to put it down to the bottom. Oops, and I did not lay this down, so we're just going to have to wait. What was the commercial? Anticipation. Heinz ketchup? Was that the anticipation commercial? All right, we're going to stick that right there. We're going to put this little guy right there. And we're going to put this little guy up here. And again, you can put him wherever you choose. Yeah, he's sitting up there, so we might want to put a little more glue than normal on him. Might need to hold it down just a second. All right, and then we're going to put our little seahorse at the bottom. And I did all those first so that we would know where we can put our Riley. Okay. And he's diving for treasure, just so you guys know. I think if I had another lifetime, or I could make a career choice back in college, here's something that you don't know about me. I would definitely get an underwater biology major, so I could be a professional diver. It's so much fun. All right. Now, the only thing left to do, you have a bag full of, oh, I'm wrong. There's 2 things left to do. You have a bag full of sequins. I just put 3 or 4 on there. Just make 3. You can put as many as you want if you want a lot of treasure at the bottom of your C. You can do that. There's several different colors. You know, some of them might be a little more rusty. Some might just be pirate's gold. You just never know. So there's our gold at the bottom of the C. So now comes the fun parts where we get to use our stamp. Now, I've already put my stamp on a clear block, okay? And I need to find my Versamark again. Okay, so see, even though my pad's dirty, it's still gonna give me a clear image. So I am just gonna stamp down on here, and we're just gonna start adding bubbles where you think bubbles might go. So there's some right there. And of course, there's bubbles coming out of his tank. And there might be, you know, well, there's going to be bubbles around that little guy. And probably some over here off to the edge. And maybe up here. And you are done. And there is your card. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me. And I hope you have a fabulous day. Hi everyone, it's Tanya with Riley & Company. I hope you're doing great today. I have got something a little different for you today. A couple, 3 shows back, I mentioned a product called Inktense, and it's a coloring medium. And I'm holding this with my hand, so I'm bouncing up and down. So bear with me for a sec. It's a coloring medium, and I am so ready to show it to you. You're gonna love it. Got a really good special today too. So hang on, let me get you turned around and we'll get started immediately because this is fun. All right. So hopefully you guys are coming from the Make and Take earlier. And this was the card that we made, Make and Take earlier, right? Adorable, huh? We're going to use Inktense, and I'm going to show you a whole different way to color today. Let me run through. For those of you that don't know us, I'll give you the quick rundown on who we are. We are Riley & Company, and we are home of Riley the Moose. And that's our little guy. And we have him in about 320 different type activities. Okay. We also have his buddies, Bert and Tucker, and a whole bunch of other little guys. We are the home of the Funny Bones. Everybody loves the Funny Bones. We have about 900 now, I think, Funny Bones. Some are retired, of course, but we have about 900. This is the #1 Funny Bones from last release. Late in the evening, far, far away, there was a glow beyond the horizon, and I knew deep in my heart it was your birthday cake. The older you get, the better you get, unless you're a banana. Happy birthday anyway. Does running behind count as exercise? 900 of these. So we also have, of course, our gigglers that people have gone mad over. If you stick them with a little action wobble, they'll wobble all over your cards. We have the Mushroom Lane line, which is a little town. These are just our clay pots. They're not mushrooms, as you can tell. But we have little mushrooms that are little gnome and fairy houses, a whole entire little city or neighborhood full of them, I guess. But just wait till you see what we're coming up with next. I might give you guys some little sneak hints today of what's in our next release. You're going to love it. And of course, we have the Dress Up Riley line. And the Dress Up Riley line is like paper dolls, but with a super cute moose instead. And we have added a super cute set of cows, Benny and Bessie Bovine. We have added a set that can either be raccoons or little foxes. All right. And just recently, of course, we have added our giraffe as well. So all of these little animals have accessory sets, and the accessory sets fit all of them. So you don't have to buy separate sets for separate animals. They all fit all of them. This is the beach set, and you may recognize the palm tree, okay, from our card that we just did, right? There you have it. And the more you have, the more fun it is because you can start mixing and matching little pieces of each one. There's a summer one that's got all kinds of little parts to it. And there's our little sports one, and it has soccer and volleyball and baseball and golf and floating around. We also have a fishing set. One of my favorites, the dress up birthday. I absolutely adore this set. You can use so much of it all the time in most of your cards. We also have a professional set for a fireman and a policeman and a construction worker and an office worker. And there are about 25 others of these online. This is where our special comes in. All of the Dress Up Riley is 20% off. Okay, for 1 week only, 20% off from the day of this show. I cannot remember. I believe that would be the 18th or 19th. You might check the announcement. But 20% off all Dress Up Riley, and any orders over $20, domestic orders over $20 ships for free. Now, we're going to get into what I'm going to show you. I'm so excited, so excited. I mentioned Inktense on something we were doing the other day, and I can't remember, and everybody's ears perked up and went, Inktense, Inktense, what's Inktense? Inktense is kind of a watercolor pencil on steroids. I guess that's the best way that I can tell you. It's a little pencil like this. Okay, they're made in England, and it looks like a colored pencil or a watercolor pencil, doesn't it? Well, it's not. The difference between these and a regular colored pencil, which I don't have one laying around here, colored pencils are made by pigments being mixed with wax and then made into a long shoot and inserted inside a wood pencil. That's how a colored pencil's made. All right, watercolor is basically the same way, except it's soluble, not wax, okay? Inktense are exactly what they say. They are very, very, very intense pigment pencils. There's no wax in this puppy. It is 100% pigment, and wait until you see what you can do with these. Now, they come in different sets. We have them on our website in different sets. Okay, and these are also out there so you can see. And all the colors, of course, are with them, but they come in a set of 6, and they run about $3 each. They're pretty much equivalent to a watercolor pencil or a marker. Well, markers are a little more expensive than that, but a regular pencil or a watercolor pencil. So they come in a set of 6 or a set of 12. And in the set of 12, you have, you have most of the basic colors. The set of 6, we carry them, but you're very limited with the set of 6. Now the set of 12, you can mix and match colors together, so you've pretty much got a lot. There's also a set of 24. Okay, set of 36 is probably my favorite if you're not going to go for this guy. And this is my set. I love this set so much. It's like the biggest box of crayons you can get, right? Isn't that beautiful? It's so pretty. Look at that. And there's some out. Little hint, if you get these, I put the color number. Actually, I didn't. My good friend Angie did this for me. But put the color numbers so you know where to put your colors back. And she also made these lovely color swatches. Look at this. Is this fantastic? Super, super easy. And I use this all the time to figure out what colors I want, because the color on the pencil is not always the color that it actually is. That's what we found. I used to teach with these a lot when I had my store, and you will understand why when we're done. So I'm not going to hold you off any longer. To play around with Inktense pencils, all you really need is, there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can use a water brush like this. I have found that the water brushes, I don't like them very well. You can't really control the water. Some people can. I can't. I make a mess. I have my favorite little watercolor brush. Okay, you can use any brush that you like. It's just really not specific that you have to have a specific type of brush. Find whatever you like to go with them. Now, you can use the regular cardstock that you normally use, okay? Or you can also use watercolor paper. Now, the difference, you're going to ask what the difference is. This is the giraffe done on regular marker paper. And oh shoot, well, I've lost it, but I had a Riley here that I had done on watercolor paper, and I don't have it. This paper is a lot tighter, so it makes it smoother. Watercolor paper, of course, is made to blend, and I don't know if you guys can see the grain in this, but it's not as tight. It's a looser blend, so water moves around. It doesn't soak in as fast. This is a typical watercolor pencil ink paper that you would use. You can use it with Inktense, sure, and I'm going to show you the difference. So I just have handy a little thing of water, a little paper towel in case I get carried away, and some paper. Now, there's several different ways that you can get the ink off of here. Remember, this is 100% pure pigment, 100%. So if you color with it like this, go light. Remember to go light, because when you touch it with water, and I always dip it in water and I use my finger to pull off most of the water, and watch what happens. Isn't it beautiful? Now see, this paper is a lot tighter, so it is going to grab that pigment and soak it in pretty quick. So you have to work kind of quick. Now if we do the same thing on a piece of watercolor paper, you can already tell the difference in how it sits on the paper, right? Take a little bit of that off. Now watch what happens. See how much brighter that is? Okay, I would never ever go that heavy. And I usually don't ever use it directly on paper either. So just to show you the differences in what the papers absorb. Okay, so for this little example today, we are going to use just the regular cardstock, the regular paper, just exactly what just came in your kits. And I'm going to show you the difference, say, on these trees. And then once I'm done, we'll just go do something super fun like the giraffe or something like that. Let's see. So I pulled out some colors that I really liked. This green was one of them. It may be the only green we use. Oh, nope, I found the other one. So how I typically do this is I pick up some water on my brush, and I just pull a little bit off. It will take a little while for you to figure out how much is the right amount for you. Okay? Keep practicing. Now, all I'm going to do is I've now picked up some of the pigment with my wet brush. And look at that. Okay? I'm just going to keep going, and I constantly pick the water off. I'm going to pick some more up. And it's just so wonderfully easy to do it like this. And it's very versatile. And I'm going to show you how you can go back and add color too, which is a lot of fun. Now, one thing, I will be honest with you, I have not pulled these out for a little while. And I mentioned them on one of the things, as I said earlier, one of the events. And so then I got them out and had to play. And it took me a little while to remember what the best way was, and I just played around with everything until I found exactly what I liked. Now I'm going to come back again with not as much water. You see how it picks it up on my brush? And I'm going to come back in underneath, and this is where I'm going to do my shading. And it's going to blend right in. With that, there's so many different ways that you can use these. I know a lot of mixed media artists that love to use these. because, and I will show you this in just a little while, you can take an X-Acto knife and scrape these off into little shaves, you know, what am I trying to, what's the word I'm trying to use, guys, and to shave it off. All right, so I'm going to see how that is. And I got that exact little shading piece of it all on its own. Very organic. It's just like a little watercolor. It's just brighter and more Inktense. Get it? Okay, I've never done that before, and it's really cheesy, but it's fun. Now I'm just going to grab a different color. And because the paper's still a little bit wet, it's going to blend really easy. And I have to say, this goes actually a little bit faster once you get the hang of it. Now see here where I've got dark and light? That's okay, because I'm just going to come in with a little bit of water and blend it back in. And that's as easy as it is, really. Super simple. So you've got that, and then we're going to do the coconuts. And I don't change out my water between colors at all. This is why I have that, right? Because my hands get soaked. Okay, but I'm just going to find, I took a brown. I'm not sure which brown this is, but I'm just going to color these in. You know, with markers, which you all know I love, 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 love my Copics, right? I do. I really love my Copics. But with these, you can get the same range of light and dark as you can with Copics with one pencil. And if you're just pulling a little bit of the pigment off and spreading it around, think of how long these are going to last. I've had these for, oh gosh, I haven't had in my store for 7 years, and before that, this was the only set that I used. So, okay, now there is, okay, let's do the bottom of this too, and then I'm going to compare it to what we had in our card that we did with Copic markers. So I'm going to do the same way I did on that. Okay, just colored it in really fast like that, but down along the edge. And come back in and give it a little more color. You can even add more browns. I don't know what brown this is, but it's chocolate. We'll try to see what this does. Okay, so it's going to be even darker yet. There we go. See how much that shades? Fantastic, isn't it? I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So there is the tree that you can make with Inktense. And this was what we made with our Copic markers. There. Just another different medium that just looks a little softer, a little more organic, a little more watercolory. You know, and they are so fun, just ridiculous amounts of fun. And quite frankly, I think they go faster, but that's just me. Now, one thing I will warn you, you don't want to add a ton of water. If you do, just use your paper towel and mop it up. So now I'm going to show you how to do a Riley. Okay. What color? Let's see. The colors that I used for Riley are, okay, so we're going to go back here. And we're going to look, this is Saddle Brown, okay? And this is Baked Earth. It might be a little too red, but let's try it. Why not, right? So let's try the Baked Earth, and if we don't like it, we'll just change it over. So I'm going to pull some color. And we are and if you don't want to add any more pigment, you just want to move it around. Just get your brush a little bit wet. Remember, you do not have to soak it. Okay, this is my first round, and I'm going very, very lightly. This is the dress up Riley. And the magic comes, so we're going to give him his first coat first, right? Well, obviously, that sounded really silly. And now we'll do his face. And if you notice, I didn't pinch off any water because I wanted a lot of water on my brush so I could do a bigger area. And then I'm going to come in and do it again, but shade it in. Okay, so there's our base. And now you can come along the edge. We're just going to add some shadows, some shading. And I'm thinking that this is probably not the normal color I would use for Riley, but hey, I'm going to give him a whole nother coat here, just to make him a little bit darker. All right, I'm going to take a little bit. And people are going to say, oh, I don't know how to paint. You don't have to know how to paint. You're just using a paintbrush. That's all. So you're basically coloring with a paintbrush. And just color in his ears there. All right, so now I want to blend this part in, right? I hope you guys can see that. And just to make it nice and blended, you just add water. That's all there is to it, really. It's so super simple. If we want a little bit more shading, we just go along where we want it shaded, like, you know, in the corner of his legs, probably. Or under his arms a little bit. This is a little more opaque than... Okay, down there, I just want to blend it in. I don't want to add any more color, so I'm just going to bring some water in. It's a little more opaque than a normal marker would be, and that's okay with me. Now, I don't really want a lot of water because I want the hooves nice and dark, so I know my brush is still wet. See how quick that goes? I just love it. Now I'm almost out, so I have to get a little bit more water. I'm going to touch it, get rid of it. Okay. But that's as easy as it is. To do a Riley. Now we'll come back in and we can shade this part as well. And you can continue to go and go and go and go and go as much as you want, of course. And the more you go, the less opaque it gets. The colors are so bright and so vibrant because, again, it is pure pigment. It has no fillers that go with it to be in the pencil. It's just pigment. And that is what I absolutely love about it. It's very forgiving. Okay, that is as easy as it gets. Now I want to just blend this little part up here. And that's all there is to it. Little Riley with Inktense. And let me see if I can find one that's done with markers. Yeah, here's little Sophie. Or here's one that's done with markers. Okay, it's just more of a watercolor effect. And that's what Inktense are. Use water to activate them. Now, before I let you go, I want to show you a little something. This is so cute. For those of you that do mixed media books, who like to paint and stuff like that, this page right here was created with Inktense. Okay, all I did was stencil some medium on top of it. I believe it was, I don't even remember what medium it was. I used a stencil and put it through, or stencil paste and put it through a stencil. Then I just shaved off my Inktense and started making a background. That is the exact same thing. I added glitter and some webbing when I was done. So I'm going to show you how to do that real quick. I know most of you are card makers, but you just never know. Because when you get these, you might as well play, right? So I am just going to take to do this, and if you've noticed, my pencils are kind of shaped that way because that's what I used to do. I am going to just take and shave. Just shave off some, a little bit everywhere. All right, then I'm going to take a brush that is somewhere. I'll just grab another brush. All right, so then I'm just going to take a bigger brush for a bigger surface, right? And I'm going to get quite a bit of water on it, and I'm just going to start brushing. You can do this with skies for your cards. If you use the blue, you can make sunsets if you throw in some purple, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. And the more you work it, the more color you get everywhere. So this is just basically like a wash. You can go either direction, whatever's up to you. And this is just a mixed media journal that I play around in. We're doing that. Now, if I wanted to add a color to it, say I wanted to add a purple, I could go to my little charts and just pick one out of here, but I'm going to do it random and just see what happens. Okay. And there's really no right or wrong. This says this is dusky purple. So let's just see what happens. Now you can add water or not add water. It's completely up to you. Look at how fun that is. And you just keep working it and just make yourself a gorgeous little page in your journal. You can work on it wet, you can work on it dry. Either way, you can pick some off of here if you want and just splatter it around with your brush. Any color you want can do that. And that, my friends, is Inktense. And don't forget that we have a special today, 20% off all of our Dress Up Riley and free shipping with any order over $20. So thank you very much for joining me, and I will see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. And I wasn't lying when I told you that Riley & Company was going to have a cute card.
No.
And, you know, the card starts out with, you know, it, like she said, almost like 2 cards in one. Had a top flap and a bottom flap and everything. That. And I took some notes here because I want to make sure I mention some things. The Versamark, doing that clear, you know, it comes out clear, and it's almost like it's magical to me that using that, and using the mica chips that just there's, you know, hundreds of, I call them flavors, but colors of those to use to bring that out, bring the color out. And then also the cute stamp set that you received, the little fish. And also I like the details, like having the bubbles in with the stamp to where you can add that to the project. Also, the great coloring, as always with her. And I love the Scuba Riley. I mean, holy shebango, how cute is that?
So cute.
That, you know, I'll tell you what, that anything like a Scuba Riley or a Riley anything is so adorable with that. So, but I just love the techniques that she used, and I think I really like the scuba diver, and it was so cute to use the little bubbles as that, just that added oomph to it.
Exactly.
And I just thought it was an adorable card for sure. So, and also I wanted to make mention also how beautiful the background was that she did. So just a beautiful card all around. Can never say enough about your great projects at Riley and Company for sure.
Exactly. Okay, so honestly, I am a huge fan of everything Riley and Company. It appeals to so much of what I love, which is collecting things. And to me, Dress Up Riley, I know that there is over, let's see, I have to get my...
yes.
So, Dress Up Riley, I believe there's over like 20 different sets that you can dress up Riley in. One of them being the scuba gear.
Yes.
But there's different ones. There's, you know, we've seen St. Patrick's, we've seen Christmas, we've seen Halloween.
Halloween is adorable.
You know, there's so many different things. And so that is so awesome to have in your collection, because you always need to create a stamp for a certain, you know, holiday or whatever. And so I just think it's so awesome. Also, the mushroom lane line, Dave. You know, yes. I love the mushroom lane.
I think that's your favorite.
Yeah, it's so cute. It's just these little fairy houses, and you could add the little gnomes and the little neighborhood. There's a teapot. There's a library. I think there's all kinds of different, you know, little.
The teapot's one of my favorites.
Yes, the mushroom lane. It's just adorable. And so Riley has a bunch of friends, and some of them are called gigglers, and they are so cute. I believe the dress-up pieces fit on the gigglers as well. So there's like what are there? There's a giraffe. There's a fox.
Yes.
There's, you know, there's so many cute little Riley friends that are so adorable, and they look so cute because they're cracking up. But you could also put like a little wobbler behind them, and they can kind of move, and
that little added something to just make the cuteness cuter.
Yes, and you know, when you have somebody that you're making this card for, maybe they just need a little pick me up. I think this is a perfect cards that are stamps and accessories that just make that person that's receiving that card feel happy and funny. And you know, I know that
put a smile on their face.
Yeah, there's over 900 different funny bones, which is funny little sentiments that are funny, and they're so like in every category that you could think of.
Anything that you need a funny bone for.
Yeah.
A funny sentiment.
Everything.
And,
if you're having a kind of like a little bit of a down day, I'm not kidding. Go to Riley & Company's website, click on the funny bone sentiments, and you will feel so much better after that, right?
Exactly.
I was getting so excited.
Hurry up, she's got to shop.
So yeah, it's just amazing. But then also she has these new pencils that are called Inktense, and I loved the demo that she showed. Like I said, I'm always down for a new pencil or marker or whatever.
That might be something that I could maybe try.
Exactly.
You know?
And so she has different set sizes. There's 6, there's 12, there's more. It's really just beautiful how it comes out. I loved how she shared with us the different papers and how to paint on the papers and what kind of effect it'll give with, you know, the regular coloring paper versus watercolor paper. And then also the brush that she, you know, likes the most. So it was just really amazing. You're going to want to go to Riley & Company. And right now the show special is 20% off all Dress Up Riley and free shipping on any order, domestic order over $20. So that is a deal. So go to
check them out.
Yes.
Riley & Company.
Yes. Sure. Exciting.
All right, everybody. We are now going to see another great project and some little techniques and tips from Stamp On It. So we'll be back.
Hi everyone, welcome to MMTE Summer Stamping Event. This is Stamp On It class, and we are going to be making the Thank You Hibiscus Bee card. And here are a couple of samples. This one has plumping and this one does not. And if you do hear anything in the background, it is very hot here, so I do have a few fans on me here in the workshop. So this is what we're going to be making. And in the kit, it said, or in the instructions, it said that you can use watercolor pencils, markers, whatever you might have. I do have one sample here. It's not all put together, but this was done with markers. And these are the markers that I used in case anyone would like to make this. It's N00, N95, which I put on the wings just a little bit, and let's see, 0205. Yeah, got to check it out. 0205 is what I colored the whole hibiscus with because it's the lighter of the shades, and this is the orange yellow, which is 985 that I did here in the inside. And I used 126 for the green. And the way that I made lighter shades is I did it twice in the darker areas. So you can add more as you're going. And I used the blender pen. Okay. So let's look at the kit. Let's get started and go over the kit. In your kit, you will have a Wink of Stella Glitter Clear. You will have our thank you stamp. You will have an extra piece of cardstock that's 80-pound smooth, and it's really quality cardstock. You have an A6 card base with a matching A6 envelope. You have instructions. On the instructions, do not do what the first one says by trimming the image. That we're going to do later on, okay? So you'll have your instruction sheet and you have a coupon. Remember to use your coupon. We've had quite a few times where people have forgotten to use their coupon code. So remember to use your coupon. You have a pre-stamped on our 48-pound vellum, the image that we are going to be working with today. And if you're going to be stamping more to make on vellum, you will need to have opposite stamp pad, if I can explain this well, an opposite stamp pad of whatever you're coloring with. So if you're coloring something that is water-based, then you need the opposite. You need a permanent stamp pad. If you're coloring something that is alcohol or solvent based, you need a dye based stamp pad. Okay, so it's always opposites because solvent will remove solvent. So if you were to stamp this in a permanent pad and use alcohol markers, all the black would smear. Okay, if that gets you kind of straight. You also have 2 pre-embossed pieces of cardstock for the card, and this is the embossing folder that we used. It is a 𝐂𝐧𝐧𝐞 Tim Holtz, and it is called Brickwork, and it is really nice. Now, I do want to show you one of the ways that you can use these embossing folders. When you're wanting to create, let me get this. Excuse me. When you're wanting to create this look, which means the color is going in between and all the other stuff that gets bumped outward stays whatever color your card base is. So that's when you want to get to the part where it has all the divots in. So what you would do is you would take a stamp pad, like here, I'll use the one I used on this one, which is Gray Flannel Memento. And this is a dye ink. And so what you would do is you would just rub over the top of this embossing folder. Then you would put your cardstock in there, and then you would run this through, depending on what machine you have. And for the fact that it is a 3D, which is a very thick embossing folder. So it's not the same as regular embossing folders. Your sandwich configuration is going to be different. All right, so then you would run it through and it would look like this. So then for cleaning, all you have to do is get a wet wipe and clean it out, or run it under the faucet and dry it off with a paper towel. That's all you'd have to do. And then all that comes off and you're ready for the next project you want to work on. The other version of what you can do is, here is a sample here, and I'm gonna move that out of the way. I'm gonna get you two versions of this. This one is taking this straight from the stamp pad, and I do believe I used Toffee Crunch and Pistachio. And I just opened up, let's move this out of the way. I just opened up the stamp pad and drug it along. Now that does leave a darker shade on your embossed image. Now, whether or not you like that, that is up to you. You know, it can look nice depending on what color that you choose to make. This one's not even trimmed yet, but to make your flower with. Okay, now this version is taking a blender, which we have these on our website, and I'm going to take one of these, of the white ones, because remember you have two, and so for practice you can then take, and I take like a non-porous item, which I just happen to have a scrap of our glitter film, and I am going to place some color on there, and this is the Toffee Crunch, and I'm going to get the dauber nice and moist, and then with, I mean, I'm talking such a light touch, because it's easy to put more on. It's impossible, or never are you going to be able to take any off. And so you see it's giving this nice little brown shade. Then to go with the pistachio, I'm going to rub this off. Nope, nothing on there. So then you could go over this with the pistachio to add some more added color. Okay, so if you give that a try, and that's why we gave you two, is so you could judge whether or not you like that showing through your vellum piece, because it will show through here. It will show through. Okay, I didn't finish it, but you get the idea. So those are the two ways that you can color one of your pre-embossed brickwork pieces. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is, oh, I didn't go over this. You also have a sheet of wax paper. And on here are our glue drops. They are not glue dots, which are flat. These are glue drops, which are like domed. And what I want you to do is to carefully remove, yeah, we thought this might happen. It's really been hot in here. Oh, there, that one went off fine. I want you to take them off the wax paper. If you have a nice protected area, kind of do this to get them off, because we need this wax paper. Oops, there's one off. Probably if we would have used, if you're going to do something like this again, use parchment paper to give it a try, because wax paper and parchment paper are two different types of product in the kitchen. So there, that one came off pretty well. There. So you have 6 4mm and 4 8mm. Okay. So I'm going to set those aside and hopefully not mess with them, because we are going to need this piece of wax paper. All right, so now you are going to first bring in your image. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Oh, I wanted to show you about the 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pen. When I first got my 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pen, I thought, well, this doesn't even work. I'm squeezing and squeezing like it tells me to do. But in the first packaging, it was in a box, and it never said to remove this black ring. So what you do is you take this off, and you can get rid of it. You don't need it. And then you just screw this back on. Let's take this off there. And this just pulls off and pushes on. Okay. And I have used this one. I'm sorry to say I didn't want to take out a brand new one. But what you're going to need to do is all of this glitter pigment is settled at the bottom, and then you have liquid that disperses this out. And so you do need to shake this when we're going to use it. We don't need to use it right now, because the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to color in our image. So bring in whatever products that you are going to want to color with. I am going to show you the watercolor pencils, because the 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blends the watercolor pencil, so you don't even have to put water on the vellum, which kind of will warp it slightly. So I think I'm going to let's make a pink one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just start on the flowers, and I'm going to maybe put a little bit of a darker shade in one area, and then I'm just going to lightly bring color in. Okay, I'm not going heavy on the whole thing. Where I think it might need some darkening, that's where I'm going to add it, and then the rest is just going to be light. So like here, I'm going to do the veins, color dark on that one little turned over edge, and then I kind of put a little bit of a darker edge on here around, and then I just lightly color it in. If you're doing markers, it's going to be a little bit different. I could maybe show a little bit, because I do have another one of these for some of you that are doing markers. Let's show this. I don't know about you, but I'm always quiet when I'm coloring in. Boss always says I got my lips pursed and deep in concentration on what I'm doing. Okay, so I did the flower. Now I am going to take this golden yellow, and I'm just going to scribble on this stamen, whatever you want to call it. And this lighter yellow, I am going to put on the bee's body. And I am pressing it firm because there isn't much on here to show. So I want it to be a really nice color. And then what I do here is I take and I put white on the wings. I don't know if that really makes a difference. I think you could probably just leave it plain, but I just gave it a try. Now what I want is I want 2 shades of green. I know this doesn't look like green on the outside, but I just look at the color on the tip of the pencil. So basically what I do with this green is I color it in. This is my base color, okay? I add more colors as I'm going. This is my base color. Whoops, almost colored the wrong stuff. I did put a little darker on that area. Okay, maybe I'll put a little bit darker there. Did that one already. I think I did darker there. Okay. So now I have everything. Oh, no, I don't. I got to do the accent. Excuse me. So then I just bring in this other green and I bring it along the edges and I put it on the veins and I put it kind of dark on the folded back part. So that's the underside. And I usually want this to be fully dark green on the stems. I do color this piece in here green. And then I just go over these parts and around the edges. Hopefully I'm not getting too far out of shot here. Kind of was just in my zone, coloring in. Okay. So now oops, nope. Everybody's yelling, Sharon, you forgot these up here. Okay. I do believe I have everything colored in. So now it's time to get out your 𝐒𝐿. Oops. I did drop my 𝐒𝐿 on those little dots. So now you're going to want to shake your 𝐒𝐿 pen brush. Now yours is going to be brand new. And so what you're going to have to do is on the sides, it has the words push. I don't know if you can read that, but it says push. So you're going to push on that to prime the 𝐒𝐿 pen. And you're going to prime it to where it starts to come to the tips. Now, mine already is there, so I'm trying not to push too much because I don't want to have a ton oozing out. You don't want a ton. You want it just to be wet and putting out that nice little, it looks kind of gray silver on here, but it's clear glitter. All right, so let's get started. Now, you're only going to want to do one color at a time and don't change until you have cleaned back off this tip, because as you are blending all of this color, the tip is taking on that color. I think you can see even with that tiny area that I have a little bit of pink on the tip. Okay, so I kind of am doing a circular motion on the areas that I have colored in to blend and get the color all blended. It's kind of away from me, so I'm leaning in a little. You don't want to keep harsh lines, you know, if you can help it. Be careful when you get next to another color. But how easy is that? You don't need to use water on here. You're just blending this in with the Wink of Stella and creating a nice sparkle. It just gives a nice glitter. And if not much glitter is coming out, then squeeze it. See how the pink comes on there? Squeeze a little bit more onto a paper. Never squeeze over your project, because something like this will happen and you will get a lot coming out. So you don't want to do that. Looks like I got more glitter on there, so I'm going to touch over some of these other ones here. I'm going to go down to this other bud. Clean the pink off. Now I'll do this little bit of blue on the, or blue. Little bit, oh, cheese and crackers. Boy, am I glad that happened to me. And I am going to, if I had a paper towel close by, but I have a wet wipe. So I'm going to pick that up. I wasn't squeezing either. I just want you to know that. If I was, I didn't know it. But there, that's got plenty on there. And this is another type of yellow, so I went on to that. Now I'm going to clean the yellow off. Now I'm going to start on the leaves, on the green. And you see with the two shades, it does make for a nice variegated leaf somewhat. Like I said, I'm not an artist. My mother used to be a fine artist, but now that she's 91 almost, she can't paint anymore. She's lost the ability to blend colors and shade, and sad. You know, dementia is a sad, sad thing. All right. This is working out pretty good, people. I hope yours is working just as well. If you feel you have too much of a harsh line, just go over a little bit, you know, where I did these veins. I might have kept too harsh of a line on there. So if you kind of wiggle over them, it kind of goes away. That still had a little bit of a harsh line. Yeah, I don't know how hot it is where you are. Here in Michigan right now, it's like 90 plus, and we don't have necessarily big air conditioning here in the workshop, so it's just a little warm, and it's early in the morning. That's why I could never live like in Arizona where it's 100 and something. Oh, okay, let's see if it's got enough sparkle. What happens sometimes when I'm blending is I forget to pay attention to how much. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, I'll be pulling from that for a while. There, I squeezed a little too hard. Like I said, I can be heavy-handed. Whoops. I got to get a lot of that off. Now I can just move that around. Because I like a reasonable amount of sparkle on this. I'm a glitter kind of girl. I mean, I work for a company that sells glitter. So let me tell you, I like the sparkle. Ooh, got a little too much on there. You know, the more you put on, the longer it's going to take to dry. And I would recommend that you maybe take a heat gun afterwards, or a hair dryer, or whatever you may have, and dry this off. Get this to dry. I'm actually just going to pat it dry, which means I will lose some of this 𝐒𝐿𝐴 just for time's sake. We only have an hour, and I'm a gabber. Okay, now let's get the green off of there. Let's see if we need to put a little bit more on these flowers. Maybe just a little. Oh, I love that sparkle. I just love the sparkle. Ooh, I didn't get rid of that harsh line anyway, so. A lot of you probably think I look really awkward because I'm left-handed. Okay. Oh, I got to put 𝐒𝐿𝐴 on the wings. I don't think I did that. On the nice bumblebee wings. Okay. I have that all colored in now. So you will not be putting back the black ring on your 𝐒𝐿𝐴. You'll just be putting the cap back on. And then just remember, every time you're going to use it, you need to shake it up. And if you put this part up into the light, you can see how much 𝐒𝐿𝐴 is left in your bottle to where you know when to start ordering another 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Once you get started on putting 𝐒𝐿𝐴 on things and just letting them sparkle, you will really be using it a lot. It just adds something nice to your project. Now I'm going to get a piece of paper, I think, if I haven't used them all. Let's see. Here's a piece. I am going to turn this over because I don't have time to take this. I don't have a heat gun right available. So, all right. So this is basically dry enough, and it still has a lot of that nice shimmer. Okay. Now, what I recommend if you're using the colored pencils and any other, I think the markers, I take that back. The markers did not leave anything behind. It did not lift some. So what you're going to need now is you're going to need your foam pad. And then this is just a piece of copy paper, real thin. And then what you're going to do is you're going to flip your piece over. Now, for those of you who do not want to plump, which this one has no plumping, okay, you can just relax, go to the bathroom, take sips of coffee, and we will return to putting this all together. But for those of you who are plumping, we carry a paper blossom toolkit, and it has a pair of reverse tweezers, and it has 3 styluses. And when you buy this, this is basically the only tool that I think you would ever need with all the different size ends for anything that any project of anybody's. I do not know what this little number 1 is for, but I have never used it in anything that I've done because it is so sharp that it would poke a hole through the vellum. Okay, so I usually take the 8mm, 3mm, 6mm, and 2mm. So the 8 is here, 6 is here, 3 is here, and 2 is here. 2 is for smaller areas. 3 you'll tend to use a lot, and these bigger balls on the end are for these bigger openings or bigger spaces. Now, the one thing I want you to know is that you are not going to be plumping like a whole piece. You're going to plump them as individual leaves, individual petals. You do not plump this flower as one whole piece. You plump as each individual petal of the flower. Okay, so I'm going to start with this 3 just to kind of get you going in case you only have a 3 or a 4, whatever you might have. Now, about this foam mat, we do carry these on our website. It's 1/4 inch foam. You want to avoid any area that has a hole, like this had a staple in it, and you want to avoid that area. And anything that has a hole, because what will happen is your stylus will just go right into the hole because you are pressing with reasonably moderate pressure. Now I'm going to switch to a bigger ball. But you see how the color of this is changing? That's because we are plumping, we are stretching the fibers of this vellum. And I know you probably can't see this, but if you can feel it, if this was feel-o-vision, you'd be able to feel that plump. And you see a little bit of it transfers. So I'm going to start again with this 3. Leave the bee alone. Go along the sides. And then maybe I'll take this size. And you do have to press moderately, but if you break through, there's no fixing it. So be careful. That needs a little bit more. So you see how it's changing color. I'm sorry if I'm jiggling the table. Hopefully the camera's not jiggling too much. You want to be careful. I think with colored, you don't have to worry about making like streak lines. But if you're doing this with no color on it, if you just keep going in one direction, you will show those lines on the front. There's a video on our website that you'll be able to see when that happens. Okay, we're going to do this M, and I just go like this. I don't do every tiny ball because they're way too tiny. Now, see, a little bit transferred, but not a ton. Okay, now I'm going to do the bee's wings. You're going to see this will start to warp and get your vellum to come out of shape, but don't worry because we have a way to make it flatten back out. And there's the bee all plumped up. Okay. So now we're going to do a leaf. And remember, each one is an individual leaf. If you don't do it that way, it just looks like a blob on there. It does not have the nice definition that we are trying to achieve by doing them all individually. If you turn it over and you don't feel much of a bump, then you're being too cautious because I probably scared you too much and you're not quite pressing enough. If you see it change color, then you know you're pretty much on the money. Whoops, gotta do that one. Do this stem here. Oops, kind of a bigger area. Let's use this. I like to do the centers with the bigger one, but the edges I can get better with a smaller tip, a number 3. I probably should have used a 2 on this. I probably could still go back and get that one to plump up a little better. But this is the part that takes the longest. the coloring in and the plumping. Everything after this is wham bam. And remember, I'm not an artist. I'm not a colorist. I never, well, I did take art, but I was never good at it. So, and it was only when I was young. So, sometimes you can't press as much when you're in a different area. You need to switch to this next size ball because the bigger ball just won't quite give you the pressure on the smaller areas for some reason. Oh, I gotta remember to do the bud here. After a while, you will get a feel for when you know you have gone almost too far that it's going to tear. Some of you may be using a mouse pad. Some of you may be using even a magazine. I've heard a magazine will work for stylus embossing. Okay, we're on our last bit here, and I'm going to bring in my number 3, which is this one. Go around the edges. Now you see how I'm going to take this away now. See, not much came off. If you have more, that's fine, because I did have one that had a lot more transfer. Don't think it's something wrong, because it's not. Okay, so you see how it's really domed like this. Now you still need your foam mat. And what I do is you can take the 2 or you can take the 3. Let's start with the 2 and see what happens. You're going to go around, not too heavy, around the perimeter of all of this embossing that you did. We're also going to do more in other areas, but just to start to get this, see how it's already starting to calm down and not be so domed up. You see how if you would have already pre-cut this, you would have been tearing the edges. That's why you don't want to pre-cut this until after you're done with all the coloring and plumping. I neglected to put that on the instructions for the boss, and so she had to guess how I did this. Whoops, I think I almost went in. I felt something not go right. I don't worry about the feet. I'm just going around the bee's body and wings. I just go around this. Turn it to face me a little bit. Gotta stay away from those holes. Now I do believe I'm back up to the top. Okay, you see how this is still quite humped up. And that's because I haven't gone in and defined some of these petals. You need to redefine them as separate pieces. Some of it will still pop back up, but at least you're getting some of it to have a separate definition, okay? So it's not just one blob. Okay, I think I went around the petals. Then you just kind of do a little pop. You still can feel where you have brought the petals down. Looks like I didn't do that one very well. You can feel where the dent is. There. You know, so it's not, looks like I need to do something here. Need to go around that leaf, I think. There. And when you feel this, it just feels so good. All right. So now we're to trimming this out. So those of you who just wanted to color and not plump, now we're together. So now you're going to trim this out. Leave an edge. Do not trim so close. Let's get the foam pad out. To the black line. You don't want to lose that black line. So you see I'm doing about a 1/16 of an inch. If you have a little bit more than that, go ahead. No crime for it to be 1/8 of an inch. 1/4 of an inch, no. And I just trim this totally off so that I don't have anything in my way with my lefty hands. And I got big fingers and they don't hardly fit in these scissors. And then you just slightly cut around areas that are sticking out beyond the framework of this stamp. Whoops. Let's get this a little bit better looking. You move the paper, not the scissors. Good friend of mine taught me that. You'd think I'd have learned that in kindergarten, right? You move the paper, not the scissors. Sometimes it's a little awkward with all of this plumping fighting against you, but just do the best you can. It's not a perfect thing. I mean, if you look at some of my samples where I trimmed around, it's not exactly the same on every side. Some has a little bit more, some have a little less, some's a little crooked, but it's the finished product that they're going to admire. Okay, that is all trimmed out. Now you're going to want to bring in your embossed piece, and then you're going to want to bring in your card base. Okay, and remember how I've said, you go over the mountain. This is a mountain. You can see it's kind of pumped up because this is a valley. It kind of sinks in. So you always fold over the mountain. And then if you have a bone folder, you can crease it with a bone folder. And I am just going to leave this one white, I think. But you can use, this one I used, the one I rubbed just toffee on, Toffee Crunch. So that one I just did Toffee Crunch. Here's a sample where I inked the actual embossing folder like I had showed you. So, you know, if you own this embossing folder, you can do this. And this I did with the pistachio. All right, so now we're going to bring in our glue dots. Or first, let's attach this, okay? Let's attach this embossed piece first. So get your whatever size tape that you have. I'm actually going to use, I think this is a 3/8 or something like that. And I'm going to show you how I do all my layering, adhering to all my cards. You do not overlap. It's one continuous strip. And you just go around the edges one continuous strip. Don't let it extend out the sides of the paper or the ends. And then you just do that. Now you can cut them with scissors if you want. I just tore. Okay, so then you pick a corner and you're going to, either with a pokey tool or your fingernail, you're going to remove back a little bit, fold it like a flag at an angle, and then I kind of press it back so that it doesn't want to fall back into itself. Now right beside it, you're going to do the same thing. Okay? Then you're going to go here to the opposite corner and you're going to repeat that. Okay, now see how I just dropped it on here? Because this allows you, these things act like little feet. But this being embossed, I can't slide it very well. But it acts like feet. It's not sticking, even though I dropped it right on there. So I'm going to look at I think I'm going to turn this sideways. Because what I want to look at, and I'm not touching these corners, is I want to make sure that I'm reasonably the same on the top and the bottom. Here and here, I want to have about the same distance, and it right along the edge. Then I will press that down, pull the strips. There you go. That piece is attached. Please make sure that you didn't attach it near the other edge. Now I do have a little bit here that I kind of did a little wonky, so I'm just going to trim that back. There. Nobody will know. Now you're going to take, let's take our first 8mm. Now, if you are not plumping, you will not use 8mm, okay? So don't do these like I'm telling everyone else to do. You want to put these in the really large, deep areas. So I just take it and hold on to the rest, press, and pull it back. Take it and put one here. And let's put one there. Oops. Let's see, I think we'll put one here. This is kind of a deep one. Okay. Where else? Maybe right in here. Okay. Now, we have to put it behind color. You cannot put it on any of these translucent areas or it will show. So now with the smaller ones, you want to try and get your edges and corners near the corners to lay down. Okay. So you want to try and get them to want to lay as flat as possible. So I usually bring one way up here at the top to make sure this corner is going to set down well. Come on, come back. There we go. Let's put one over here so it might help that corner. And we're going to put one here. And, oops, and let's put one somewheres in here. Okay. All right. So let's do our little pushing back up, because putting those down, we kind of pushed on them. So kind of get yourself to get those back up into the areas. And now because there isn't anything right here, you can hold on to this and look and say, I like that. And then just gently press down. You don't want to press too hard or you lose all of your definition. I kind of lost a little bit right there, but it still shows all of the beautiful plumping that you have. And if you don't have enough of the 4 that you feel, you could cut one of the 8s in half and use one of these if you're doing just the flat version. So here is using it with the ink on the inside of the embossing folder. This is coloring in with, and I should probably put that, see how nice that looks? That does not look bad with showing that brick behind there. I will probably attach this to it. And here's the first sample I showed you. And here is a pink version. Let's get this on one of these. And I didn't trim this one out. Let's see what the pink version looks like on here. Okay, well, I don't care for that on there. But sometimes what you find out is you go, you know what, that color might not look that bad on there. And so the pink can go on here. You know, so you just play around with this and try and figure out what you like to do and what you don't, whether or not you like plumping, whether you like it just to be flat, whether you like to use the markers. I can show you like really quick. I can take another piece and I won't have it plumped, but the way that I do it with the markers is I start with this, and I have my blender pen. I hold my stuff really weird, okay? So I just bring in some color, put the cap on, and blend it out. You can't do the whole thing or it won't blend as nice, okay? So there's one petal. Then what I would do is I would bring in my next color that I wanted to highlight it with or to darken and shade it with. So I would add parts there and maybe a little bit down in there. And then I would take my blender pen and I would blend it out. Try and get some nice shading going, okay? Maybe you'd like a little bit along the tips, you know? It's all going to be your choice, but this is how I did it with the marker. And if you feel like you have too much color on there, have a scratch piece of paper, wipe off the yellow off your blender pen. Okay, so that's the way that I did it with the marker. Okay, I know some of you probably would want to see that. And so I hope that you enjoyed this product or this class and working with our stamped images, our Wink of Stella. Let's bring in all of our samples here that you can take a look at. And I hope that you really like this. And I want you to make sure to use your coupon code and keep on stamping. And you guys have a blessed day. Thanks for joining us.
Hi everybody, Debbie from Stamp On It, and this is a follow-up video to the MMTE Summer Stamping event. And if you created the project with Sharon previously in the video, it would look something like this. I'm going to just go through fairly briefly some of our stamping, especially stamping designs, because this is going to be focusing on our stamp line. But I'm also just going to briefly go over some of the accessories she used as well. So let's get started. We're going to first of all go through our stamp line. The stamp line that the image you used in the project is in our 𝐒𝐒𝐬𝐭 line. We have 5 main stamp lines. They're all accessible from our main website at www.stamponit.net. You'll see the icon links across the top, and you can click into that and search within each stamp line, or you can stamp off from search off our home page and search all of them at one time. This particular line is 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿. All right. I'm going to show you some prototypes here of a new product line that's coming out, and I'm hoping it's out by the time this video goes live, but if it's not, it'll be following up shortly thereafter. But the images are all available. It's just that the kits might not be just yet, but hopefully they are. So our Tender Thoughts line is in the 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿 stamp line, and you used in the project the Thank You Hibiscus Bee. So I'm going to show just some samples of that. And in this line, there are going to be dies that cut out some of the accessory images as well. For example, this one will cut this out. This is the stamp image you used. And this is just on plain cardstock. And we used the Lumber 3D embossing folder, and I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. The kits will be something like this, and this is a prototype, so it's not exactly how it'll appear on the final packaging, but you will have the stamps in here, and then you'll also have the die available. But for sure, when this video goes live, you'll be able to get the stamps and the dies individually on our website. Here is Dear Friend, again. And I'm just going to flip through these so that just in case they're not available yet, you'll at least be able to see all the different images in Tender Thoughts in order thusly, or the dies as well. Okay. The Iris, Get Well. Here is the Happy Birthday Hummingbird. One of my favorites. Again, has the accessory, and it also, this particular one also has the little hummingbird die, which is really cool. All right, and then we have in this one, You've Been on My Heart. And again, there's a die that cuts out the accessory image. Lumber in the background. It's one of our favorites, especially with nature things. Just stunning, gorgeous. And the Rose, I'm So Sorry. That is in our Tender Thoughts line. And then 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿 also has lots of other images. We have about 5,000 total images in our website, in the 5 different lines that I'm going to show you. 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿 is the first one I'm showing you. And here is the some images from it. And this line is a little bit more whimsical, but it also has some great sayings that go with the stamps. So check that out. Just because these are whimsical, don't assume the whole line is. Some of the designs are not. All right. That is 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿. Then we have, going into Artful. Artful is one of our most popular lines. It has not only some whimsical images, but it also has some very elegant images. Golf cart, and the golf cart and many of these images have dies that coordinate, and you'll see that on our website. You'll be able to click into that image or that die. And here's Baby Feet. Then we have 𝐂𝐿𝐴. 𝐂𝐿𝐴 is another line that contains some whimsical, but also some very masculine, some great sayings, greetings, great for pages. I Feel Your Pain. Then we have our Witch and the Kitty. This one has a die that coordinates with it. So check that out on our website. Then we go into a line that is for those who want to go outside the box. And for honestly, you got to throw away the box for this line. This is the most creative line. If you want to be creative and just make a lot of artsy type things, Artful is definitely where you want to go. I mean, not Artful, sorry. Alluring. Alluring is fantastic. It is, like I said, for those that want to go outside or even throw the box away. So check that line out. Then we also have a biblical impressions line, and that is a lot of more biblical type things. And in that line is some fantastic Christmas images. And I'm going to try to should have taken this out before. I apologize for all the noise. I wanted to show you some of the images are available as a set in biblical. Whoops, upside down. This is one of our Christmas sets. But you can also get them cling mounted, and it will give you that option when you're ordering. If If you want to go with a full set, or do you want to go with single images and then do unmounted or cling mounted? So the website has that all on it, and you'll be able to see all that on our website. Okay, so that is our 5 different lines: Artful, Eureka, 𝐂𝐭, Biblical, and Alluring. Check them out on our website. So now I'm going to move on to cover another product line we have for those of you who might not be stampers but still want to get involved in some fun things. We have our Cut and Create line. And this line comes as a kit with instructions, cards, envelopes. The images are pre-printed. Some people have carpal tunnel, arthritis, and cannot stamp, so you can get these already stamped. And you also get our glitter film, which is one of our top selling line of product. The glitter film is for using in the background, or if you wish, after you've colored your images, if you wish, you can take the glitter film, peel the coating off the back, it becomes translucent, and it can be placed over top of the image. And that is all in our instruction sheet, but we also have the videos on our website to show you how to work with this. If you need additional inspiration. Some do, some don't. So check that out. But that is our Cut and Create line. All right. Now I want to just go into backing up here, back to the project you were working with and some of the products you used. Our vellum comes in 48, 65, and 100 pound. 65 is one of our most popular. This is on 48 pound because we plumped it, but you can also plump 65. The 100 pound is for creating cards themselves or layers out of. It's very heavy. It's cardstock weight. Again, videos on our website to show you all of that stuff, so I'm not going to focus on that. When you colored, you guys were using the Sharon used the watercolor pencils and then went over them with Wink-A-Stella. Wink-A-Stella comes in clear, which she used, or you can get it in colors. That's on our website as well. The color is opaque, and then it also gives it a beautiful shimmer. Or you can use it the way she did and start with color and then add the clear over top. Tombow, she gave a little showing of that. This is a drool moment. Comes in a lot of different colors. Tombow markers are water-based. They're all on our website as well. But that you can color with, and you can blend it and give it a beautiful shimmer at the same time with the Wink-A-Stella. Also seals the color, which is really nice. So that is some of the coloring accessories that she was using. Also, she was using the Paper Blossoms toolkit. We like this set because it has so many different set balls to it, tips, from very small to very large, but it also comes with a reverse tweezer. So it's a great set, and it comes in its own snap close packaging. That's on our website. Then we have the 3D embossing folders that she was working with, and she showed you a little bit on how to work with them by putting the color inside of the folder, or you can add the color after to the embossed layer. This is the Brickwork, one of our most popular ones, but we also have the 𝐒𝐭𝐧𝐧𝐞 line and some other lines of them on our website. You can check that out under embossing folder link. Glue drops. We're getting down to the final thing here that she worked with. The glue drops we carry come in 3 sizes, 2, 4, and 8 millimeter. 2 is being the smallest, 8 being the largest. And she used them as a dimensional adhesive in this project, but you can also use them just as an embellishment. And one of the cool things about the glue drops, even though I'm yanking this paper off, they self-round back into a nice little dome. You can put glitter on this, you can put embossing powders, any type of powder that you want to color those, and then use them as an actual embellishment. Fantastic way to add a little glim and glimmer to your projects. So check those out on our website. Glue drops, 3 different sizes. All right, the last thing I got to touch on is in your kit, if you purchase the kit, but also on the video, I think they're going to show the wrong code for the coupon for the savings for this whole event for us. And it was my fault. I put the wrong code on the paperwork and sent it off to the video producer. MMTE SUP25 is the correct code. MMTE SUP25 stands for the Mega Make and Take event, Super 25. It will give you 25% off all of our stamp images. We have over 5,000 on our website. You can select as cling mounted or unmounted for most of our lines. You can do sets of stamps or just individual stamps. We also, before I close, have a line of digital images. Digital images is for those who want to print out their own, and you can purchase the image for $2 and it uploads to your account. You can change the size of it. You can print it onto paper, cardstock, whatever your printer will do. We also have video on our website to show you how to use those digital printouts. A great way to get a lot of images if you are not a stamper, but yet you want to indulge in this kind of product and technique. So check that out too. But the correct coupon code is MMTE SUP25. And I apologize that I did not have that correct. Gives you 25% off all stamps on our website, over 5,000 to choose from. Check it out. Please join our email off our website. We have a great email following. We do not sell or give out your information. You can go right to our website, www.stamponit.net, and sign up. The most popular one list to sign up for is our email blast. And with that, we just inform you of all kinds of sales that we might have, new products, new videos coming out. So sign up for that if you get a minute. We have a YouTube following. Like us and follow us if you would. We'd love to have you join us. If you have any questions, email us right off our website, info@stamponit.net, and we will respond to your questions. We are so glad that you joined us, and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and Stamp On It I love because they use the red rubber stamp. You know, we were talking about all of those great details that you get with this red. And look, everybody got one of these ginormous hibiscus stamps in their kit. So if you're watching and didn't get one of these kits, I mean, you can see all the great items that you're going to get in these kits for sure. But we were talking about stamping on the embossing folder, and I loved that background with the brick. How she inked the embossing folder, and it just wipes off, so you don't have to worry about, you know, not being able to get that off and everything. But using the stamp, and I also love the plumping that she did using the different size stylus. And if you didn't want to plump your card out, so to speak, to get that little texture, you know, she said you didn't have to do that. But I liked how she showed, you know, the different sizes that you can use for certain projects. And what's nice about the plumping is that, you know, you can just do certain parts. It's not where, you know, like if like if you're using an embossing folder, you know, it's all going to be embossed. With the plumping, you're able to really control all of that. And then also love the Wink of Stella. You know, this is such a great product. Anytime. Did
you say Wink of Stella?
Stella. I love it when you know, just using this little tool right here, it just brings that out, that little bit of glitter.
Right.
You know, there's different colors and everything that you know that they have, and once again you can just add it to certain parts, you know, of your card and everything. But just thought it was a beautiful card. I love the hibiscus flowers anyway.
Yeah.
I just think they're beautiful. Love them. And what was nice about the stamp is there was a lot of I call it what am I trying to say? There's a lot of stamp that you can work on to do the different techniques. So some you may want to do the plumping, and some you may just want to add the 𝐒𝐿𝐴. So, but just loved it, and a beautiful card. Would love to get one of those beautiful cards from them for sure. So
absolutely, yeah. So Stamp On It, they have. I love how Debbie was showing the different lines that they offer on their website. So they have the 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡 line, which I believe is the stamp that we use today, called Tender Thoughts. They also have Dear Friend, Get Well, Happy Birthday Hummingbird, You've Been on My Heart Butterfly, I'm So Sorry Rose. And it's just really beautiful. You could use the same technique that you use today on the vellum and plump it and all that. And it's just really, really pretty with these florals. And
on the vellum would be just that added softness, the elegance, I guess.
Exactly. So. It's just magical. And then they also have part of the 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡 line is this whimsical more line. And I love there's like this really cute lion and this cat. So if you're looking for more of a whimsical,
they have
funny, they have that too.
Nice.
Another line that they have is called Artful Line, and that's maybe a little bit more masculine. Like they have a golf cart, they have like these really cute baby feet. So there's that is very art, you know.
Yeah.
And then another line is called QKR, which is like the whimsical, funny part. You know, there's all kinds of different little sentiments in that as well. And then there's Alluring, which is really creative and artsy and like very vintagey. Wow. So
they have something for every crafter that you could add. Make a whole card out, or just that little addition of any of those things.
And they also have a biblical line. So you know, they have like the Christmas, and they sell it by sheet, or you could buy it individually. And then also you could get it like how you want it mounted. So that's really neat. There's all kinds of different options. Yeah. And then the last one that she talked about was called Cut and Create line. And that will come with a kit and also the instructions. So she was saying if you have like carpal tunnel or arthritis, these images are already stamped for you.
Nice.
And they have like glitter film with them. And so they have all kinds of different cut and creates that you might be, you know, looking forward to. So just so many things on the website. Beautiful vellum in different weights. And she explains why you would want to use the different weights. So that's really awesome, because you want to do the plumping. You need your own vellum, right?
Exactly.
With this new stamp set, there's all kinds of different 𝐒𝐿𝐴 colors there. There's the Tombow markers that you used on the project. There are beautiful embossing folders to go with everything. And then they also have really cool like glue drops.
Yes. Drops. Yes. Yeah.
And so there's amazing things on the website.
Nice. And then I did want to mention one other thing. During the project, you'll see, because she was, you know, cutting out some of the images, and you know, we all get caught up on making that look perfect. And just like she said, you know, I'm not that perfect with it, you know. So don't let that hold you back, because I'm going through the same thing, and there's just like any other technique that you're learning in your crafting, is just practice, and you'll learn to just turn the piece instead of the scissors. So
exactly.
And always fold over the mountain when you're doing your cards. So when you do your scoring. So there you go.
Okay. Okay. So Stamp On It is their show special is 25% off all stamps, which is cling mounted and unmounted. And there's thousands of stamp designs for all occasions to choose from, plus free shipping when coupon code is used, which is MMTE SUP 25. Discount will expire on July 25th.
Okay, very good. Well, check them out and get some goodies from Stamp On It. And now we have another great project from Miss Kim at Blank Page Muse, and we'll be back.
Hello, hello, this is Kim from Blank Page Muse, and I've got everything laid out today that we're going to use to make this wonderful stained glass hummingbird card that you make me happy. Hummingbirds make me happy. Hope they make you happy too. We've got our new clear stamp here with the stamps. You've got the bird, you've got this leaf set, some clouds, a little poppy shape. I think it's a poppy, I'm not sure. It's a really cute flower. And the sentiment, you make me happy. I've got some scissors for the fussy cutting at the end. I'm using my Versamark watermark stamp for the embossing. I've got the VersaFine ink for stamping. The background, the blue background here is Distress Oxide Salty Ocean. And pen-wise, I'm using a couple of Jelly Roll pens. I've got the Jelly Roll White and this Jelly Roll Metallic. I have the numbers on the instruction sheet as well. And maybe they show up here so you can see them. The metallic one's just going to add a little sparkle. And for coloring, I'm back to using the ProMark Sketchy pens. They're a really nice fine point pen, which is really nice for getting into these small spaces and covering it with some really brilliant color. And it's just a basic set that has all your beginning colors. And I think I still have a couple sets in the shop if you need them. And some brushes for your ink for the background, and white embossing powder. Use any white you have and you should be set. I think this is good. Who's ready to color? I am. Let's go. And first of all, I want to start on the panel. I'm going to stamp the little leaves and the flower. And to do that, it's going to be easier if you use a stamping platform just to help with the positioning to get them where you want them. And I'm going to try to make a little room here. And the code, make sure you use the coupon code 𝐒𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐥𝐢 when you place an order. You'll get a little discount. I'm going to move this, and I believe it'll be on the video itself. And I'll bring it back later too so you can see it. But I just want to get it out of the way right now. Okay. I've got my stamping platform, and I'm just going to put the card down and attach it. I'm going to make sure it's kind of level there. That's good. And I'm going to take the clear stamps, and I want to start with the leaves, the leaf piece, and pull it off the background. And I'm going to want to have the leaves, the first one, going off to the side, a little bit like so, just a little above the bottom, and then off to the side here. And then we're going to stamp that, and then we're going to pick it up and move it and have it go the other direction so we have a nice little V. So I'm going to put it about here, almost to the bottom corner. Off the edge is fine. And let's get it on here. Hopefully I don't wiggle it too much and make everybody dizzy. My paper moved a little bit. It's fine. I'm just going to push it back down. It's not critical on the placement. Let's ink it up and get going. And that's a little, looks a little dark. I'm going to give it just another quick stamp. Just to make sure I have it. There we go. And I'm going to wipe off the ink because I'm going to lift up the stamp and replace it, so I don't want a lot of ink on there to get a ghost image on the background. So I'm just using a rag to wipe off the ink. The Versamark comes off the clear stamps pretty nicely. And I'm going to turn the leaf around so it was stamping this way. And I'm just going to lift it up and turn it around and I want it to crisscross across the bottom. You're going to have the little stem just about like so, where it's going across and they touch each other, just so it looks real like a branch. Let me go ahead and ink it up. And check the placement. There we go. That looks good. They touch, so it makes sense. It looks like, it almost looks like it's, you know, one whole stamp. So that's good. I'm going to go ahead and remove the leaves. I'm done with this stamp right now. So I'm going to wipe it off and just put it back on the background card that you store the clear stamps on. And the next piece, I'm going to do the little flower. It's a nice little flower blossom with a little stem. And we're going to place this so that the bottom of the stem comes up sort of, I'm going to raise it up a little bit because I want the flower blossom itself to be resting right between a couple of the leaves so there's not much overlap. And I want the stem to touch one of the branches so that it looks like it's actually coming off of it. So that looks pretty good there, at least from this angle, looks okay. So let me attach it and ink it, and let's stamp it and see if I've got the placement to where it makes sense. There you go. I've got the stem, bottom of the flower, just touching the other stem, and it looks like it's resting right between the leaves. So that's really good. I don't have some crazy overlap. It works for me. So I'm going to go ahead and wipe off the ink and remove the stamp and replace it on the background again. And this is done. The stamping is done on the background now. I'm going to go ahead and remove the magnets and set the platform aside. Sorry for the noise and the wiggle here. Now, since I've got the stamping done on here, I don't want to start the coloring yet. I want to get the clouds onto this piece of paper. To do that, you're gonna grab your stencil and your watermarking ink. And we're going to do this in white. And the clouds, the way the stencil's built, you can use whatever clouds you like. I'm just going to have them, a couple of them, let's see. I don't really want them right behind the flower because then that gets really close to it. So I'm just going to use this top one here. I'm going to place it so that the top cloud is near the top of the card, and I'll use these three right here. They're just kind of coming down on a diagonal. Okay. And I've got the little mica powder here to brush off it. I don't really care if there's little bits of the white on there. It's fine. I'm going to put a piece of paper under here just to catch the over the ink and stuff. And I will take a piece of washi tape and attach this stuff down so it doesn't scoot too much on me. And hopefully it's not too sticky. You want to use any low tack tape that you can get back off the cardstock without ruining it or tearing it. So we'll see how this goes. And I'm gonna put the stencil. I'm using the three clouds that are kind of in a diagonal, and I'm gonna have one of the clouds running off the edge. And I'm not gonna worry too much about that one. I think I'll go ahead and put a piece of paper over this cloud here so I don't get anything near the flower. It'll just make the coloring a little complicated in a bit. So I'm just gonna use this here to block it off, to kind of mask that spot. And I'm just going to hold that one down. And I'm just using a sponge and the old rectangular handle. And I'm just going to get it nice and inky, and it's still scooted on me. There we go. I'm going to hold it down a little better. I think I should have taped the stencil itself, but okay, I'll hold it down, it's fine. Okay. I'm going to remove the stencil, slide it off to the side. And it looks shiny. I'm going to go ahead and powder it and see how it came out. That looks pretty good. I know it may not show up too much on here, but I can see the outline of the clouds. There's enough powder on there. I pretty much stayed where I wanted it to stay. I'm gonna brush off a little excess here. Now I'm gonna put the powder back in the jar without spilling it everywhere, hopefully. There we go. And I'm going to I have a little paintbrush off the side here, and the stray powder itself, I'm just going to brush off. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and heat set it right now, so a little loud noise. Okay, I'm going to double check it. It looks nice and shiny. I don't see any dull spots. And if you want to, if you get the one layer of white down and it looks like there's too many little spots in it, you can put the stencil back over it and apply a little more of the powder. You're going to want to ink it up again and just line it up to the clouds you have there and apply a little more embossing ink. You don't even need to do the whole thing. You can just put a little bit on parts of the cloud, like the middle section, and do just a quick extra layer of embossing powder. It'll make the cloud a little more vibrant. It'll give a little thickness to it. So when we're applying the blue distress ink later, it won't get so, it won't show through as much or stain it as much. So just going to do a quick second coat here. And I can see the dull spots, so it's stuck, which is good. Set that up. And I'm going to heat it again real quick. That looks nice and shiny, a little thicker, so I think it's going to show up a little nicer when we get to that background step. Okay, I'm going to set this one aside as well. Done with the stencil for now, get it out of the way. Next up, you're going to want to grab another piece of cardstock, because we're going to stamp the clouds, the sentiment, and the hummingbird. We're going to use black. Use whatever black ink you like. I tend to use the VersaFine. It works really good with my ballpoint pens and everything like that, and the markers and watercolor and stuff. And for the hummingbird and everything else, I'm just going to use an acrylic block. It's just a little easier. I don't want to get the whole platform out just for these stamping, because it's not critical. I want good images. I want good images on them, but I don't have to line them up. So I can get them just like this. I'm going to start with hummingbird, ink it up nicely, and flip it over. I can see I missed some ink right there. I'm going to get it nice and dark, as dark as I can. That looks pretty covered. I don't see any spots. They're empty. And doesn't need a lot of pressure. Just a quick stamp. Hold it there for a second to help let the ink transfer and lift it up. Looks good. I can live with that. It looks good. I like to wipe the stamps off, just because then I don't get so much ink everywhere. And if you need to stamp it again or want to stamp it a couple of times, you can do that. I'm going to do the little clouds. And the clouds, we're going to need 4 clouds all together, so I'm just going to put them on the black block together and then stamp it twice. Now I'm trying on the scratch paper to make sure it looks good. There's 1. And 2. Those look fine. And let me grab the sentiment really quick, which is really fun. I love this one. You make me happy. It's so sweet. And I've got a nice spot right there to stamp it. Just going to test it again on the scratch paper. Make sure it's grabbing the ink well. There we go. And I think I can fit it in here. Actually, I'm going to use another piece of paper just so I don't have to squeeze it in. That looks good. Look at the image after you've stamped it. Make sure it looks clean and you're happy with it. And once you're set, you can put your ink away because we are done stamping. So, welcome back. We've got it all lined up, hopefully a little closer so you can see what's going on. I'm using these pens again. These are my ProMark sketchy pens. They're kind of a ballpoint gel ink sort of pen, and I used them a while back on the Christmas gnome and colored him, and they're just a lot of fun. The ink flows really nicely and it's vibrant. I really love the bright, vibrant colors these have. It's so exciting. For the white highlights, I'm using a Jelly Roll 5 pen. And then there's some little silver highlights that I'm going to use in the clouds. And this is the Jelly Roll pen. And it's got this number XPGB number 700. It's a metallic shiny pen. And the cool thing is when you put the shine, when you do this, the shininess on it, it doesn't obliterate what's underneath. It's still kind of see-through, but when you angle it, you see the sparkle. So those are going to be the highlight pens. The flower itself, I like to do it in pinks and reds, and then the leaves, of course, I'm keeping them traditional and real and greens. I usually start with lighter colors. I start with light colors and then I go dark. So let's start with the flower. Let's jump in on the flower, okay? I'm gonna put in some yellow first because that's the lightest color, and grab another piece of scratch paper here so that I can test the pen a little bit as we're going. And I want yellow up here in this top part of the middle of the flower. And I'm going to make it yellow all the way down. And then these tips that are right here that kind of fold up, those are going to be a little bit yellow. And this little triangular area here in the middle of the flower. So we're going to put down the highlights first. Okay? And I just make these gentle strokes coming down. And it's such a smooth pen, and the glide, there's no resistance, so it's real easy on the hands and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun to color with these. So got some yellow coming in here. I'm going to add more yellow in this little triangle here, and this one on this side too. And then the little part that curls up here, just all along the top of the section right here. Bringing the yellow in and down, the tip over here. And you can go down a little bit because it's going to get covered up with the reds and the pinks, so you're fine. And these little bitty under petals here, I'm going to bring in some yellow there so they stand out and don't get lost. I'm assuming they're part of the flower. I'm seeing it that way, so that's why I'm going to make it the body of the flower, not like green part of the stem or whatever. Okay. Okay, so I've got the highlights in. That looks pretty good there. Hopefully you can see it all okay. Now I'm going to come in with a little bit of, I'm going to come in with some pink. I'm going to go to the next one, and then after pink it'll be red. And I'm going to start from the bottom up towards the yellow this time. And I like the lines to show. I just love that texture that it brings in. I'm going to move over here to this area here and bring it up to this little bit. I'm just going to put a little bit in there. I want to leave this area mostly yellow so it stands out from the rest of the flower. And trim this a little bit. Okay. And from the center here outwards on both sides. Okay, so I've got some pink in there. Now I'm going to switch over and start adding in some red. And I'm just scratching it to scribble it to make sure it's going. Okay. Starting at the bottom, and I'm just bringing up the red. Going to go up a little higher into the yellow there. Work in all those sections where I have the color, just starting to deepen it. And let's see, still need a little bit over here. Okay, so I've got the basics, I've got some red in there, and now it's time to try to pull these together. To pull all the colors together, I'm going to switch to some orange. I'm going to bring orange in, and I'm going to come from the bottom of the section all the way up into the yellow. And hopefully if I do this right, it'll kind of blend together and look a little better. And I'm letting the orange come up almost to the top of the yellow. Again, I really like the stroke marks and how they show up. And I'm going to move around on the side since I'm right here already. A little bit here. I turn it a little bit. Get to this section here. And those bottom petals. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm skipping back to the yellow a little bit to add just a little bit more layer and blending in on here. I really like vibrant colors, so these are a lot of fun. I think that's why I keep coming back to these pens. They're smooth and they just look so nice and bright. Our little fiery flower here. Okay, and that looks pretty good. I really want to deepen the bottom, the bases here. So now I'm going to come in with some purple. It's a purple pen, and I'm just adding it at the very bottom here where it's coming out of the center of the flower, and just bringing it up and in towards the red and up that way. And that's just giving some contrast and deepening that red. There we go. And a little bit more right here. And just check your colors. You're doing fine. I'm coming back to a little bit of red to smoothen the two colors a bit. There we go. I like that. And these very, very center parts, I'm going to make them yellow. And I'll add some sparkle and white onto them when we're done. Okay, we got that outer part done. Now all we need to do are the insides of these petals. And basically they're going to be red and with pink in the very center part. So it's going to be red along here. It's going to be red along the top and then red down at the bottom, and we're going to leave the center-ish in pink. So starting with my lighter color, I'm going to go to pink first and kind of lay in where that highlight would fall. At least to me, that's where it would fall. And don't worry about if it starts to get a little dark right here with the pink, because we've got that white jelly roll, which will brighten it up in a minute. I'm going to come in with the red and from the bottom up towards the pink, but not all the way into the pink. I don't want to really obliterate it. I want to let some of it still show. I'm going to skip to this side, put the red from the bottom of the flower upwards. Hold the pen. Hopefully you can see it okay. Alright, and now I'm going to start at the top of the petal and come down. Also in red, still in red I should say, I guess, huh? Just adding in the color of the strokes. I really like that feathering feel that these have. So when you look at real flower petals, you see those lines, the veins in there, and that's what this reminds me of. Just giving the flower some real texture. Okay, just set that aside for a second. And I'm going to come back to pink to kind of blend in those three sections together. And the areas that I left in, that the white of the paper still shows through, I'm going to come over it with some pink. Just filling in to get rid of all the white paper. Alright, still a little bit showing here. You could even come back with a little bit of yellow on those marks there. And if you put a little yellow in, it'll give a teeny hint of orange. And just kind of, again, it helps blend it together. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Just touching a couple of the areas that look still white that I see showing through a bit. And with those inner petals, if you wanted to, you could come back with your darker, your purple, and just add a little hint at the bottom of those petals. And that'll help kind of force the illusion of it bending. There we go. Okay, I've got the basics of the flower done there. Now I'm gonna move down to the greens, the green of the base of the flower and the leaves here. I'm gonna start them again with yellow. I like yellow as the lightest part, so it'll blend naturally into the green. So I'm starting there. And all the leaves, I'm just gonna go ahead and put down some yellow from the bottom all the way up to the top of each leaf. If you have a different way you like to do leaves, be my guest. Use whatever colors you have at home, whatever pens you have at home, or even watercolor it, whatever you like. So I chose to use these pens again today because they're a lot of fun. And I really like to leave the tips of the leaves, the outer tips, on that lighter color, be it a light green or a little bit of yellow showing through. Turn this around a little bit. And if for some reason you got these stamped too close and something overlaps, you can decide which part you want in front. So like if the leaf and the bottom of the flower overlapped a teeny bit, you could decide if you want the flower in front or the leaf, and kind of color it in appropriately to kind of fool the eye on the dimension. Okay, get these ones over here. Okay, I've got enough yellow down. Now I'm going to come into a light green and start it at the bottom and work to the top on each one also. And I hope I'm not going too fast. Hope you're able to kind of keep up. Hope you really are having fun coloring this as we're going along here. And when this is all over, hope you post it so we can all see how it came out. I'd love to see what you're doing. And then back over to this side. Okay, once you have the green and the yellow, let's come in with the last darkest green you have, whatever you like to use on leaves. This one, it's a little darker than the light green, so that's what's going to be the very bottom of the flower. And just pulling the strokes upwards to kind of blend across and still keep those lines. I'm a little light on this one. There's still a lot of white paper, so I'll come back with the yellow pen and clean that up after I'm done with this darker green. starting to look pretty good. I've got a little bit of white into the middle of these back petals. All right, so once you have the leaves to the point you're happy with, you've got the green and the highlights and stuff, might want to come back in with a little bit of white just to bump up the highlight in the center of the flower. Just short little strokes like that, just a little bit, helps just give that little bit of highlight. Like I just said, I'm rambling, sorry. I'm going to go over it with a little pink just to blend it together. That underneath white just helps brighten it a teeny bit. Okay, that's that. While we're here with this piece, I'm going to take away the scratch paper and we're going to do the blue sky. We'll get this piece all done and put it aside, and we'll do the hummingbird. So for the blue sky, I'm using the Distress Oxide Salty Ocean, and I am just going to use just a brush to put it on because I kind of want those little strokes on it. I'm going to use two sizes. I've got a medium size and a teeny one here. So I'm going to start with this one. You know what? Scratch paper. Just to ink over it so I don't get ink absolutely everywhere. I'm a really messy crafter. There we go. So scoot it up here. Pens off to the side. And for the blue, we're going to make it darker blue at the top and then kind of fade in towards the bottom. So from the outer edge, just moving, you want to have your hand moving and then hit the paper, and that helps it blend in a little smoother. And on the embossed parts, you can take the ink, the blue ink, right over the embossed cloud because it's a resist and it's going to wipe right off in the last step there. And just start bringing the blue in all the way around down towards the flower we just colored. You make little swirl motions. And I'm going to add a little bit up in here, around the leaves and all that. Everything doesn't have to be colored because, you know, when you've got clouds in the sky and the blue, how it just kind of, you see parts of the sky and parts more clouds. It's very see-through, and then it gets heavier. So you want that kind of look with your sky that we're building here. Kind of sneak it in. Then when you want to get a little closer to the flower itself, switch to a smaller brush if you're using the brushes. Ink it up, and then bring it in. And I kind of like the small one because you all of a sudden get these little circles in here, which just looks like the parts you see through on the sky itself on a cloudy day. Swirl it in. Just get a little in between here to make it so the flower is definitely, you know, with the nice sky background. Bring all the blue in you can. You can go honestly as light or as dark as you want. I try to keep the top of the card a darker blue and a little so it fades out, but it all looks pretty. There we go. I'm going to stop it there so we can move ahead a little bit. And what you want to do is take a damp cloth or rag just with a little bit of water, and you're going to go over the blue. I'm going to get the cloth wet, and I'm going to wipe off the clouds just to remove that blue so that the white pops back again. And if it doesn't look like it's coming off, go ahead and put a little water on it. That'll help it move, and it'll help smooth the distress ink you've got on the background of the card. There we go. I like that. You can swirl it in as much as you want. Now, since this is a little wet, that's why I want to do it first, to set it aside and let it dry. So we'll go ahead and move on to the hummingbird coloring. There. Now it's time to do the hummingbird, this wonderful hummingbird. It looks really complicated. There's so much information on it, so many spaces, but we're just going to kind of work section by section. We'll do the crown and the throat, and then move to the feathers and then the wings. And it's just kind of overall color and then layering on some highlights. So I'm going to start with the throat area here, and I'm going to go ahead and still use yellow as the base in all these little sections. I want my scrap paper here to start the pens. And I'm going to start right in here in this curve right around this leaf area. I'm going to go ahead and put yellow all around here, and just I'm going to fill it in. And you can even, with these pens, you can color over the black lines and it really doesn't show up. It doesn't affect it. So it makes it easy for kind of a quick color. And we're spending a lot of time on coloring, but that's what this whole card is about, is just the colors and having fun with it. So hopefully you're able to color along, and hopefully this is okay and you're seeing it all good. Really nice. Just getting the yellow all in these areas here. It's my nice base to keep the pop of color. I like to start light and then go darker, because otherwise it just kind of washes out and just got muddy. So here we go, putting yellow all in here. All of these little triangle shapes up here. The whole top part of the bird, actually, huh? And I am going to leave the leaf shape here alone, because I'm going to come back and do that in the greens. And these little teardrops here, filling in the yellow. All the way around. And even all of this up in here is actually going to be yellow. This little flower shape on the crown, these little areas here, this half circle, and the flower petals on the outside, that's going to stay yellow. Now I'm going to come in and put a little bit of pink along the bottom of the throat here. And I'm switching to red now. And red's going to start here at the bottom, these feathers, and just come all the way up, leaving the tips yellowish. To hold in that highlight area. And the very top of the crown, a little red there. Again, you can do these in any colors you're happy with. These are the colors I have in this set of pens, and it's a lot. I'm using what I have. And let's see, a little bit of orange now. And that kind of helps bring that red and yellow together a little closer. And little flower petals at the crown. That looks, I got all the color in there. I'm going to come into this leaf area with a little light green over the whole thing. And then switching to a darker green just for the bottom and the center. Just bring it a little bit out. I like leaving the tips a little bit lighter. There, that's good. We've got that. Now I'm going to turn this around a little bit, and we're going to do the bottom, the tail feathers. Coming back to yellow, I'm doing the whole base is yellow, and I'm just going to do this whole center section. There's the center section of the feather, and I'm going to leave this dashed part alone. That's going to be the next step. So I'm putting yellow in here. As the base, getting the ink down on the whole thing. I'm just coloring over the black lines again. Turn it a little bit. Then I got some yellow over here where I didn't want it, but it should be fine. It'll cover up with the other colors. Then you have the very last, the inner tail feather here. I'm going to just keep yellow on this part here, and then this little long stretch that comes in. Keep that yellow. Now set aside the yellow, and now I'm going to go ahead with light green. And the light green is going to come in from the base of the tail feather outwards. And this part I'm letting the pen strokes, the ink strokes show a little bit. And I'm going to come on down, a little really light on the bottom of the tail feather there. So it starts darker here and then gets lighter as we come to the tips of it. Just a real light touch if you're using these ballpoint pens. There we go. And this feather here. And then the very last one, we'll bring in some green here and green at the section. Okay, now I want to further darken where the feathers connect to the body. I'm going to come in with a little bit of dark blue. Just at the very bottom of the feather, and I'm not going to come out too far with it. Okay, and I still want to blend it a little bit more, so I'm going to switch to some purple and draw some purple. Oh, my pens are rolling away. I'm going to bring some purples to the very edges, like that. Just a little bit out. There we go. And still looks kind of light, a lot of lines on it, so I'm going to come back with yellow over the whole thing just to kind of smooth it in a little bit. There we go. Okay. And now I'm going to do the outer sections. I'm going to do pink all the way around those little dashed sections that the bird feather has. Again, I'm not coloring each section, I'm just going around in the big space over the black lines with this pen. Feel covering up all the white. Sneak some pink in between there. Bring it down to the bottom. There we go. And then the very top of it, I'm coming back with some purple. That kind of helps it blend with the other dark that I have on the other feathers. I'm going to see what a little bit of yellow. I'm going to come back with yellow to hit these lines that the little bits that didn't fill in with the pink. It'll give a little pop of orange. Here we go. And now we've got to do those little eye sections. And I'm going to do it in yellow. These little circle sections. Polka dots are so much fun. There we go. And a little swirl of red in the center of the dot here. There we go. And I want to see what how a little light blue does on that up here. Okay, we've got the nice darkness coming out to the light. Hope it shows up okay for you there. Okay, we've got the tail feathers done. Now we're going to move to the wings. And the wings, going to do, again, I'm putting the yellow base down. It's going to be yellow. And we're going to do some red and orange. And the highlights would be pink and purple. Let me get these pens over here. There we go. And on the wings itself, it has the very center and that little loop. So this is the part that I'm doing in yellow. It's the center section of the wing here. It's a big long area, so it's really easy to fill it in with color. And the very top of it here. I'm also going to go ahead and put down a little yellow in the outer section here. And the back wing, I'm going to use the yellow while I've got it here. And now orange, moving to the next color. Again on this yellow section, starting at the top of the wing and coming towards that other circle, that loop. And a little bit right there, and feathering it out here too. Okay. And yellow and orange are going to be the dominant colors on the bottom side of the back of the back wing here. And with having nice smooth yellow, this pen feathers nicely on top, and you see those strokes, which is really nice. Okay. And then let's see, we've got these little circles that I left white. Those are going to be pink. Doing pink at the very top of that circle, and all the way to the, bringing it towards the back, the bottom here. And that's all the pink. Now I'm switching to purple to finish that same section. Do purple from the top line up towards the top of the curve. Just bring that purple in, and then it blends in really nicely to the pink. That looks pretty nice there. Okay, and now the edge of the scallop, the edge of the wing here, I'm going to use some green, and that's going to help tie it into this area here and to the feathers. So I'm going to use green on the outside edge down towards that yellow and orange, emphasizing that nice curve. That's good. And I'm going to bring a touch of purple onto it too. Just a little bit. And I think I want to darken that orange, so I'm going to come back over, bring the orange pen back in to this section here. And with the yellow to pull the two sections together. Now the outer one, I'm going to do some light blue from the top of it downwards towards the yellow. And then it's going to go dark purple from the edges. Okay. Just got a little bit of ink on the tip there I wanted to wipe off. Bring that down, inwards. There we go. Okay, and just a little bit more yellow to finish filling in those white sections. There's still a little bit of white that I can see. I'm not sure again how it shows up for you. Hopefully it's all good and you can see everything good. Alright, and all that's left is the beak. The beak, I'm just going to go ahead and do it in a blue. Actually, I'm going to do dark blue. Okay, that finishes that, and I want to bring in some white highlights, so I'm going to use the white Jelly Roll pen, and I'm going to move these out of my way. And I'm going to put white dots in these little circle areas here, Just doing a little bit of a circle shape right on the crown, and then each of these other little petal shapes right here, just bringing in that white highlight really quickly, and you don't have to do the step if you don't want to. I just like how it ties it together a bit better, helps smooth it out. Okay. And I'm going to add some white down here. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. The next steps, I'm going to grab your cloud pieces, and you're going to take that silver pen and you're just going to add some swirl color. So it's very fine, it's just adding some sparkle more than anything. And just on the clouds, you can leave them plain if you like. Since I have this metallic marker, it's just going to add a little sparkle and a little texture to them so they're not quite so plain. And just color in circles around inside the lines there. And if you like, at this point, you can come back to the hummingbird and add some highlights, some little shine. So you know how hummingbirds, when the sun hits them, they just glisten? So that's the effect you're adding in here. Just a little bit here and there. It goes right over. It really doesn't interfere with the colors you've created at all, but it gives it just that little bit of sparkle. So when you hold it up, you see that little glisten, which is so much fun. Okay, and I'm going to grab the flower while I have the silver pen. I'm going to bring this back into and do the same thing. A little bit of sparkle on the center of the flower, and just a teeny bit on the flower petals themselves. And you can even add some glisten on the leaves. And again, this is that Jelly Roll pen. Here's the number here, and I put it on the instruction sheet as well. So hopefully you can see that. All right. And the hummingbird, I'm going to place him so that he's just kind of coming in for a landing. The sentiment, I like it up here. You can put it crooked, you can put it straight, however you want to do, near the top of the card. And the clouds, when I stamped the leaves, they're kind of floating up there. So I'm going to go ahead and put one of the clouds right here, and that's going to kind of anchor it to the bottom of the card so it's not all totally floating. I'm going to tuck in one of the little clouds back here. It's going to be hanging off the edge, so we'll trim it. And then I've got another cloud here. You can place them however you like, just whatever makes sense to you. Maybe that one here, and then this one to the top. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. I'm going to attach the hummingbird first, and then the clouds kind of underneath the bird. Does that make sense? Because I want the hummingbird placed. That's most important to me. So I'm going to put him on there first, and then the clouds underneath. And I'm going to use, I just have this foam tape. It's a little thick tape. I probably got it at a dollar store. And again, I want him looking like he's coming in or just getting ready to take off, but he's sort of above the flower, angling downwards a bit. I'm not going to have him overlap the card panel too much. I want to try to keep him inside. So once he's attached, that's great. Now we can start putting on the clouds. You can again arrange them however you like. And all they take is like one little piece of foam tape. I'm going to keep the one at the bottom here. I really like that placement. It helps anchor those leaves back in there since I stamped them a little high. And I'm just making it even to the bottom of the card. Okay, this other cloud, do I want it up there? tuck it in under the tail a little bit, about like so. That brings the level up. Now I just realized, sorry, I placed the two clouds here, so I'm going to switch these just so they're just not stacked up on each other. There, that's a little more interesting when you alternate them a bit. And go ahead and attach the foam. And this one, I'm going to go ahead and tuck it under the beak a little bit, and that's going to help support the beak just a little bit on the edge like that. Just a little overlap. There we go. And the last cloud, I do want it hanging off the edge at the top there. So I'll put the foam on. Oops, stuck to my fingers. And I'm going to tuck it in under the wing and bring it down. There we go. And the sentiment. I'm going to go ahead and keep this sentiment near the top of the card. I'm not going to measure it, just going to eyeball it and make it straight. As straight as I can that way. Good. Everything's attached. Yes. And set the foam, the thicker foam aside. I have my card base. And these edges, I'm just going to take some scissors and trim them off as straight as I can to the side of the card. There we go. I have my card panel and the card base, and I'm just going to use some flat tape. I am going to put a piece of paper down in case I have ink on there. I press this down so it doesn't stain the front of the card. If I have a tape runner, it's probably easier than the roll stuff like I'm using right now. Whatever adhesive you have, whatever you like to finish assembling them with, it works just fine. Could even use a regular glue, I imagine. Okay. Okay, all the adhesive and my card base and panel here. And I'm not going to measure it. I'm just going to eyeball it and make sure it's fairly centered where I want it. Let it down. I'm going to turn it over and just press it on. And there we go. We have our You Make Me Happy hummingbird, stained glass hummingbird card. There you go. Make sure you use coupon code 𝐒𝐨𝐧𝐥𝐢, save 20% on your order. And come shop with us and come back color again sometime. Thank you. Have fun.
Welcome back, everybody, and another great project that we got to see. That stained glass look on that hummingbird was just so beautiful. And we have a hummingbird feeder out back of our yard, and I just love hummingbird. There's something I don't know, like I don't know, majestic's not the word. I guess soothing or something. I just love the hummingbirds. And Kim, her coloring and everything with the hummingbird, I mean, it was just beautiful. She was showing, you know, the different techniques in coloring up, because these spaces were really intricate. I always have trouble saying that. So she just made that hummingbird just come to life with all those beautiful colors. And everybody, you got your stencil that you're going to be able to use over and over and over again. Awesome. And it had all the different size clouds on there, so you can kind of make that your own when you're adding the cloud. And she did it in the white and was able to make it stand out. But I just thought the hummingbird just did it for me. Just loved it, and I don't know, just love the hummingbird. It's beautiful. I love stained glass anyway. Right. Love it. So my grandparents used to have a couple of lamps that had the stained glass in it. So that's kind of what that reminded me of today watching the project. So there's always a connection, I think, sometimes with things. So absolutely. So thank you, Miss Kim. And you know, Blank Page Muse, you know, they have the red rubber, and now they are doing the clear as well. So another company to where, you know, you can get both styles of stamps now.
Right. I know. I love, you know, that every different shop is so different. And I believe that Blank Page Muse is so artistic. I love going on the website and seeing all the different stamps that they have. And like you were saying, they have come over, they're starting to make clear stamps. Yeah. And so I just took down some notes on what they're offering. So they have butterfly breezes, which is really beautiful. They have a clear stamp that's special day. So they have one for birthday, and then one like flowers or floral, with different sentiments, really pretty. And then they have, you know, like one that's called Everyday Planner. So you could use it in your planner, you know? Nice. Yeah. And then they have the most awesome rubber stamps too. Yes. And so there's hundreds of stamps, you guys, and they are just so they're just so special to me. Like, they're so pretty and different. And here are some of the categories that they offer: words and phrases, steampunk, Halloween, classic vintage, ocean, sea, fantasy, nature, cars, backgrounds, people, whimsical, flowers, food, tribal, and romance. And I kind of clicked on some of them because there's like, out of each category that I just mentioned, there's like, you know, so many different stamps. So many. And they're just like, so there's like a Mona Lisa, there's like vintage, you know, you love the vintage look, like where the old vehicle and you know, because you don't, I haven't seen them that much on the clear stamps. Right. I think that's what I do like about still having that the red rubber. Exactly. So yeah, sure. And I think because I now love Halloween, and I think it could be all year round because it's just so much fun. It is, because we're scary. Exactly. But the Halloween section of the stamps, if you are a Halloween girl and lover like I am, I love crafting for Halloween. I don't know why, but I just do. They have the most different, really neat artistic stamps that you'll see.
Yes.
They're so cool, right?
Artistic is the word.
Artistic.
Yes.
It's just so, like, if you're into like junk journaling, or you're into making the, you know, the books that are real mixed media, you're going to want to go and look at all the things that Blank Page Muse has, because so cool. So cool.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Then they also have stencils of every, like you were using.
Oh yes,
stencil
gosh,
today.
they have all kinds of the stencils and all their projects that we've done, and they've always has a stencil that they've been able to incorporate with it. So
exactly. And there's just so many different stencils. They have, and then I also saw that they have paper packs, more paper packs now. And these are some that I thought were really cool. There's a whole line called A Girl with Flair, and there's winter and Christmas, fall and Halloween, and I really loved the Wild Whisper line as well. There's one pad that's called Talk Foodie to Me. I love that.
There we go. That's us.
So cool. Yeah, exactly. And then there's also another one called City Lights. Look at those. They're really pretty. I love them. And then Blank Page Muse also has a bunch of embossing powders.
Yes.
You can't stamp without embossing powders.
Yes.
You need them all in all the colors, right? And so there's so many things. So the show special is July Expo to save 20% off. So if you go to the website, you're going to be able to save 20% off using the coupon code July Expo. And this sale is valid until July 26th. That's my brother's birthday.
So there we go.
That'll be a good reminder.
We should celebrate. There, we'll get a
buy
stamp.
myself some stamps for my brother's birthday.
That's right. Well, thank you once again, and just like Vicki said, check out all the great products that they have. So you'll be able to find something, I'm sure.
Oh, yes,
for sure.
You will.
More than one thing.
Yes, a lot of money things.
All right, everybody. Well, we have our next presenter that has another great project, and that is Stamp Anything. So we'll be back.
Hey everybody, it's Steven from Stamp Anything. Thank you so much for joining me today. We're going to create this fun and easy card that you can whip up in no time at all. What you're going to get in your kit is this gorgeous stamp set, part of our Annie's Garden line. It's an orchid stamp set with multiple sentiments that you can use to create projects for multiple occasions. You're also going to get a piece of vellum, a card base that is already scored and ready for you, an envelope, and then a piece of Bristol cardstock that we will be doing some ink smooshing with. Now you're also going to need some Distress Oxide colors, and you can use any combo you want. Your imagination is the limit. So we're going to use, for my project, I used picked raspberry, mustard seed, and wilted violet. And I also used the matching colors in the Distress, regular Distress inks as well. You're also going to need a gold embossing powder, or any kind of, you can do any embossing powder. In this case, I used our Aztec Gold Stamp Anything embossing powder. I love this stuff. You're going to want a watermark embossing pad. Again, I used our Stamp Anything embossing pad. It is so nice and juicy. And then obviously a anti-static powder tool. You're going to want some scissors to cut your image out. Optional, but I used a stamping platform. And then lastly, some glue. So I just thought I would show you beforehand. So obviously you are getting this lovely stamp set, but I thought I would show you, we just had a release, our second release from our Annie's Garden line, and I thought I would show you those. We have the poppy, we have sunflower and butterfly. We also have our iris. I love irises. and then our lily pad and dragonfly. Now we did have 4 other stamps that came out in our previous release, and we have the monarch and butterfly, and I created this project using that. These stamps are gorgeous. You can color them with colored pencil, watercolor. I used Copic markers in this case, or you can do what we're going to do today and simply use some embossing powder. Ladybug and Clover is another one of our images. And here is it colored up, and the project I created using that. And then we have Hummingbird and Morning Glory. And again, I did mine in Copic markers. And then last but not least, we have Bumblebee and Roses. And here's the project I created that, and again, colored in Copic markers. So we're going to create this project, and we're going to start with some ink smooshing. All right, so to get started, we're going to use 3 colors in Distress Oxide ink. We're going to use Mustard Seed, Picked Raspberry, and Wilted Violet. And then we're also going to use the matching colors in Regular Distress. And I'll explain why in a little bit. But to start, I'm going to grab my much loved non-stick mat that comes with the Tim Holtz Media Mat. I'm just going to apply that on. I like how the ink kind of sits on top of that for ink smooshing. And then obviously we're going to need our piece of Strathmore Bristol Smooth cardstock. I like to use this to do ink smooshing versus watercolor paper, just because I find that the ink sits a little bit more on the surface. Whereas with watercolor paper, I find it just kind of absorbs in. You have less of a window or wiggle room for the ink to play with the ink. So that's why we're using this. It's a nice thick cardstock. It's great for mixed media techniques. So we're going to use that. This I have just cut to an A2, standard A2 size card. So it's 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. And we probably will cut this down a bit, but you could work with any size you'd like. So to start with, I'm going to start with just our regular distress inks first. I like to do my first layer. I call it priming my paper, and I like to use just the regular distress inks. Regular distress are transparent, whereas oxides are opaque. So you can kind of layer more, and you have a lower chance of getting mud, where with these you can get mud. So I like to just kind of do my first layer, or underpainting if you want to call it that, just with our Bristol. So we're going to do that first. So just going to grab those and I'll put a bit of yellow there. We'll put some pink right here, and purple we'll put right beside. Okay. And just going to get that fairly wet where we have some nice beading. And I'm going to just dab our ink or our paper into our ink, kind of being careful where we do it because I don't want to get mud. And I'm going to use my heat tool or craft tool, heating tool, whatever you want to call it, just to dry this a bit. And don't worry if you get some warping with your cardstock, and if you're getting a bit of kind of muddiness around the outside, just pick that up with, paper towel, or in my case I'm using just a inky rag. So I'm just going to lightly dry it in between. And any excess, I'm going to just pick up with my rag. And I'm going to go back for a bit more just to build up. Let's go in over here. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of that. And I think this is good for our first layer. Let's dry that up. So I just like to, and you know what I might do actually before we go forward? I think I'm going to go in with a little bit of the Wilted Violet on its own, because we kind of lost that here. We're going to be doing a number of layers. Ink smooshing, I just like to play and layer around. There we go. I'm happy with that. Okay. So let's just dry that. So when you're doing ink smooshing, you're a mad scientist and you can just kind of experiment, play around, and stop when you're happy. So if you're not satisfied with how it's looking, play around some more. Make it to what you want. All right, so I'm gonna start with my first layer of, let's do Wilted Violet. And I'm just going to, with the oxide ink, I should say, so Wilted Violet and Distress Oxide. Just going to put that down. Okay. And I'm going to dry that. And don't be afraid to pick it up using your rig. I really like these kind of, when you get these kind of dotting like right there. So, all right. So it's semi-dry, and let's go in with some picked raspberry. Okay. And let's just dab it. Dry that again. What I love about ink smooshing is every time you do it, you're going to get something different. So it doesn't matter if you're doing multiple at the same time, each go around, it's going to be slightly different. So next we're going to go on with mustard seed. It's a strong, powerful color. It's good. I'm going to just pick up some of that. And I love when you see these little kind of bubbles. I like to kind of go in there and you get those fine little bits. Okay, let's dry that up. Okay. And ink blending or ink smooshing, sometimes it's going to look like a hot mess before it looks better, but it's just all about playing around with it. I'm going to add a little bit more purple. Okay. Actually, we'll put a bit in the center. Okay. Okay, and dry that. All right, and I'm going to go in with some picked raspberry. And certainly if you want to do a couple of sheets at a time and use up some of the excess ink, so you're not wasting any. But as you can see, I just like to layer and build it up slowly. And I'll pick up color. We'll add some of that yellow again. So that down. Okay. Put some in that bottom corner. See, it just totally changes the look every time you do it. Okay. All right. Just going to add a little bit of water. This is just using the distress sprayer just to get that kind of bleaching effect, and we'll see where we're at. Let that sit for a second. Maybe we'll actually add a bit of heat, and then we'll pick it up. There we go, that's looking cool. All right. I think I want to add just a tiny bit of yellow. So we'll go back with our yellow. And I just go in the corners here. There, I like that. Okay. I'll give it one final dry. Maybe do a bit of splattering again. So you can do these backgrounds pretty quick. And like I said, if you have multiple sheets of this Bristol Smooth, you can create multiple backgrounds at one time and really create a number of cards at one time. And you can even give them away as a box set to a friend or loved one as a gift. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to think, do I want to do any more? Let's add just a bit more of the wilted violet. I kind of want to get it right around there if I can. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. All right, so next I'm just going to do a bit of splattering. So I'm going to put a little bit of wilted violet onto my craft sheet, pick it up with, we need a bit more, with a paintbrush. Just add some of that. And I think we'll do the same with picked raspberry. Just to get some splatter. Okay, and I think we'll do a little bit. I'm going to heat set this and pick it up a bit just to soften it. Okay, and I think we'll do with the mustard seed as well. Then, yeah, that's good. And again, it's just playing around and finding what is pleasing to your eye, because you are the creator. So what I like might be completely different from what you like, but there is no right or wrong. Okay, so let's just pick some of that up. We'll do a little bit of splattering with water, just regular clean water. Let that sit a minute, a few seconds, and just pick it up, and that's going to create more texture and visual interest. And what you can do as well, I think I'm going to just grab a blending brush, and I want a bit more of, I think, some of the picked raspberry as well as the wilted violet. So I'm just going in with a blender brush, just around there. I'm going to grab my, I'm going to do it with purple as well. Okay. And then maybe just a bit of yellow using the mustard seed. Okay. And I am going to, before we move on, just spritz that with water. Let that sit. Put these away while we're letting that. And the longer you let it sit, it'll kind of bleach it out a bit more. Okay, let's pick that up and see what we have. I like that. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's just heat set that. And then we can set that aside and move on to our next step. And you could even go to town if you wanted, get out some of your favorite stencils, ink blend on top. Really have fun creating a really interesting and background full of texture and visual interest. So we're going to set that aside, let it dry. And I'm just going to clean my surface off here. Set this stuff away. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we're going to grab our stamp set, and I'm going to grab the vellum as well, and my stamping tool. I'm just going to put this right here. Okay. And this is the orchid stamp set that you would have gotten in your kit. And I love all the sentiments. So you can make, you know, birthday, congratulations, a card for someone that you're missing. So we're just going to put that onto the vellum. And you're going to want to use an anti-static tool. So I'm just using, this is like an embossing buddy. And I'm just going to make sure I go over top of the vellum really well, so we don't get embossing powder sticking to anywhere where we don't want. Okay, and then we're going to use our Stamp Anything watermark embossing pad, and we're going to ink up our stamp. I'm going to make sure this is nice and inked. Okay. And just put that down. Just make sure I get a good impression. Perfect, beautiful. I don't know if you can see that. All right, so I'm going to set that aside. And I'm going to grab our Aztec Gold Stamp Anything embossing powder. It is the most beautiful gold. And I'm just going to sprinkle that. I'm just sprinkling it over top of a coffee filter so I can sprinkle the excess back in. Just make sure you get good coverage. All right, perfect. And I'm going to grab my other heat tool. It's a bit more strong. And I'm going to just heat it up beforehand so we can avoid as much warping as possible. And I'm just going to grab my tweezers and we will heat set our embossing powder. I love this part. It's been stamping years and this never gets old. I love watching. Okay. You can see how beautiful our embossing powders work, and this is just honestly my favorite gold color. It is just gorgeous. All right. Next, we're going to grab our scissors and we're just going to fussy cut out this image. And I like to just go around, leaving a fine edge. And you can be fairly quick about it. But, you know, this takes a bit of time, but the results are so worth it in the end. And the recipient of your card is just going to appreciate it so much. I'm just going to quickly remove some of the excess. This, okay. We'll just continue to go around. I love all of our floral images. They lend themselves to so many different mediums. You can watercolor with them. You can use your colored pencils, Copics. Copics are my medium of choice. But yeah, I have seen, we have people on our DT that are amazing with colored pencils, and my goodness, the florals look like they could just, they were just taken right from nature and placed on the page. Okay. As I said, I'm just leaving a fine border around the outside. All right. And it's a fairly quick image to fussy cut. Almost there. Perfect. All right. Okay, there we go. We have our lovely orchid, and it almost looks like lace in a way. Okay, so let's just kind of lay this out on our card to get an idea of what we would like to do placement wise. So I'm thinking we might do yeah, I think we'll do a landscape card. And we can figure out sentiment. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna cut just about 1/8 of an inch off of each side. So I'm gonna do that right now. We'll go from, so I think when we're done, we will have it 4 inches by 5 1/4. And then we can have a nice white border around our card. So I'm gonna grab our card base that was in your kit and just set that on. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so let's glue it. I'm gonna use our Stamp Anything liquid glue. We now have it in a huge 2-ounce bottle, which I love. Just get the, sorry, just got a gunk on the bottom of this. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna just apply a liberal amount just because there is some warping with the Bristol from all the water we added. Okay, and we will just center that on our card base. And just press that down fairly well. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I want to have mine just sitting like that. And I'm going to apply just a little bit of glue in areas where I can hide it fairly well behind the embossed areas, because vellum is see-through. So I'm going to try and place this in areas where there is a fair amount of detail. Okay. And let's put that right about there. That looks good. As you can see, you can't even tell where the glue was. All right. And as far as the sentiment, let's do, I think we'll do happy birthday. You never have enough happy birthdays. So I'm going to just grab that and figure out where I want to put that. I think we'll put it right there. Okay. So I'm just going to take that. All right, and we'll put my card base right in our Misty, like so. And I am just going to stamp it using a black ink. And I might have to stamp it a few times. Actually, that looks pretty good, but I think I'll stamp it one more just for good measure. Perfect. So there we go. We have a really quick and simple card that you can whip up in no time. You could even embellish it further with some of our jelly dots if you'd like, or some sequins. But like I said, this is a quick card that you can whip up in no time using our orchid stamp set, and you could make it work for whatever occasion you'd like. Graduation, miss you, an invitation, whatever, just a thinking of you even. So I hope you enjoyed making this card, and thanks a lot.
Hi everyone, Annie here from Stamp Anything, and now I just want to go over the show specials that we're going to have for you today. One is actually a special and one of them is actually an offer. So our special for today is 20% off of our Annie's Garden line. That is what you just saw a demo in, and I will show you all the stamps that are included in that, and you just need to use code FLOWERS. And our offer for you guys is a free gift if you join our stamp club. And depending on the level that you purchase, you can get a free stencil, a free stamp, or both a stencil and a stamp, depending on the tier that you join. And I'm going to go over both of these with you. So our stamp club, our Annie's Garden line first started with 4 stamps. And they're all designed, and the artwork is by Ron Kropf. He does amazing, beautiful floral designs. And these are some of the stamps you'll find in the Annie's Garden line. 4 of these have already been on the website, and then 5 were just released last week. So these are all that will be included in that 20% off. So the first one I have to show you is our Butterfly with the Daisies. This is a very popular stamp. It has lots of sentiments that you can mix and match. We have a wonderful aunt, friend, sister, mom, daughter, mother, and a miss you. So you can mix and match this any way that you need to get the sentiment that you want. And all of our Annie's Garden stamps, the sentiments we tried to make very broad in general, so that image can go for birthdays, get well, miss you, sympathy. So you get quite a few different ways and sentiments to use them. Our next stamp set here is our Roses with Bees. You get 2 little extra bees that you can stamp as well. And the sentiments on this is get well soon, birthday wishes, and deepest sympathy. So you can see here we have the range of 3 different ways you can use for this. Sorry, is there a glare with that light? Okay. Next we have our ladybugs with our clovers, and they're cute little ladybugs. And this says to a lovely friend, love and prayers, or love and comfort. So you can mix these together. Sending comfort, sending love, sending prayers, and then to brighten your day. So you can make a cute little sending love, and then you open it to brighten your day. So cute little ladybugs and clovers for you there. Another one of our very popular one is the Morning Glory and Hummingbirds. And this one has hello friend, thinking of you, just because, and I'm sorry. Okay. And now the newest releases, these 4 were released prior, and then we have 5 that were just released last week. This one should look familiar to you because this one you all have now from your Mega Make and Take kit. And again, it has happy birthday, congratulations from me to you, I miss you, you're invited, and the beautiful orchids that we just did our project with. Then we have this one here. It's our irises. And this has a sorry for your loss, follow your dreams and believe. But look at all the beautiful, beautiful detail that you get in this stamp. Ron just did an amazing job drawing these out for me, and I absolutely love them. Then we have our dragonfly with a lily pad. So you can stamp the dragonfly over your flowers, or you can actually mask him and put him on the lily pad. And we have Across the Miles, Get Well Soon, Heartfelt Wishes, and Miss You. So again, another beautiful, and these are nice size stamps that will fill an A2 size. Very, very lovely. And then we have our new poppies. Beautiful. I love the little texture on the leaves here. We have Enjoy the Little Moments, Just a Note, and Celebrate. And this is gorgeous when it's all colored up. They all are, actually. And then finally, one of our newest one is our Sunflower with Butterfly. Again, the butterfly is a separate stamp, so you can mask it or pop dot it on top of your sunflower if you wanted. And it has thanks for always being there, thanks for being my friend, or thanks for helping me grow. So you can mix and match on that as well. And so all 9 of these stamps are available to you at 20% off, including our newest ones, which are the last 5 I just showed you. And they were, again, just released last week. If you can color these with Copic markers, colored pencils, watercoloring, or you can do just like we showed Stephen demoed for you with the embossing powder. And these go together really quickly, as you could tell from the Mega Make and Take we just did. So you can spend an afternoon just taking card bases and making a gazillion different color combination of that ink smushing technique, and then go ahead and embossing powder your florals on there, and you can get a stack of cards ready for your stash for birthday or anniversary or just because in very, very little to no time, doing it that way if you didn't want to take the time to actually color them with markers or whatever. Okay, so that again is our offer for you, the 20% off with code FLOWERS. Now, what I want to show you is joining our stamp club. Our stamp club is very popular. I'm sure that there are people in this feed right now that are in stamp club that can go ahead and give you a nice recommendation of how much they love it. We have 3 tiers. We have a basic plan, a standard plan, and a deluxe plan, depending on what you want and what your budget is for the month. It's a no contract stamp club. You can cancel at any time, as well as upgrading or downgrading at any time as well. You just have to give us notice prior to when the billing cycle would happen. And like I said, you're going to get a free gift depending on which plan you sign up for, and your free gift will be shipped with your first installment of your club. So I'm going to show you an example of all of the tiers and what you get per each tier. And I'm just going to use our latest release, which was our July release, as an example to show you what it is you would actually be getting depending on which you join up for. So let's start with the basic level. Okay, make sure that's all in there, basic. Okay, so our basic stamp club level, it's when you just want the stamps. Every month we come out with a new release, and it is a themed release where it contains 3 image stamps, 3 outline dies, a word die, a builder die, and a stencil. Sometimes people don't need all of that. You just want the stamps. So with the basic level and signing up for this would qualify you for a free stencil of your choice of whatever is in stock on the website. You get the 3 new image stamps. You get a 15% store-wide discount all the time. And then you get the free digital class images that we offer as well. And for the US and Canada, this is a rate of $24 and international is $28. And that is the final price because we ship it for you. You don't pay $24 plus shipping. The Stamp Club is shipped to you at these costs. And these are now a better range of pricing for you because you get a little bit of a discount by ordering it this way as well. So for example, our July release that we just had, the 3 images that you would have got, we did a Roman, like Greek type theme. You got Cassia, the little Grecian girl. You got Roman, the little soldier. And you got Brendan, like a Caesar type image. So these would have been the 3 images that for $24 or $28, you would have gotten in the mail for the basic club. Okay. And again, you get your discount on top of that and all of the digital images. And these store-wide discounts work on top of anything that you use a code for as well. So if you were in the basic club, when you log in, all of Annie Garden is already going to be discounted for you for 15%. And then when you go to checkout, you add the code FLOWERS. So you're even getting a better discount by being in that stamp club. Okay, the next level that we offer is our standard level, and this will qualify you for a free stamp if you join up. So again, using the same examples, you get the 3 image stamps that were just released, but then you also get their 3 coordinating outline dies. So these are for the people that do not like to fussy cut like me. I am not a fussy cutter. I don't enjoy fussy cutting. So this is the plan that would be for you. Then on top of it, again, you get your 15% store-wide discount, but then you get 20% off themed bundles. So our mermaid bundle, you would get 20% off. Our socialites bundle, you would get to 20% off. Anything that is a bundle pack. And then again, you still get your free digital class images. And the price for the standard package is $36 for USA and Canada and $42 for international. And again, that is the standard level. And then finally, our last level is our deluxe level. And this is basically the whole kit and caboodle. I mean, you get everything. You get the whole entire release. So just like before, you're getting the images plus their coordinating dies, like so. Okay. You're also going to end up with a themed stencil. So this was the stencil that came out with this release. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's called the Basket Weave. Then you get a die builder. And for this one, what we created was the Colosseum. How cool is that? It's got more stuff on the back so you can make the columns, the top of the Colosseum, everything. And you also get a word die. And for this month, it was the word hello. And then it comes with the matted part for you to do the hello as well. Now here, it's a little bit different. You still get the $20, the 20% off your store-wide discount, whereas the other ones got 15% off. So now you get a jump. You get 20% off everything, and still the 20% off your bundled themes. You get your free digital images, but you also get a free not released birthday stamp. And this birthday stamp that you get this year is not released to the website or the general public until the following year. So you get an exclusive stamp there as well. And this is $50 for the USA and Canada and $59 for international. And by joining up on the deluxe plan where you're getting all of the goodies, you will qualify for a free stamp and a free stencil of your choosing of whatever is on our website as well. This is an recurring auto payment stamp club. So you sign up and you put a credit card on file, and then every month it'll get billed for you. So again, if you want to cancel, you just have to let us know at least a week or a few days before the billing cycle happens if you want to upgrade or downgrade. So let's say this month you were in the deluxe club, and 3 months from now something happens that you need to save a little bit of money, so you want to downgrade to the standard club. That's okay. You just have to let us know so we know what to bill you for that. Also in deluxe club, I usually throw in some extra goodies. Sometimes it's sequins or twine, charms, candies, just different things all the time. So this one is actually the most popular because you get so much for that price. And that is what we are willing to offer and have this out for you today. So I hope to see you guys use your codes, and hopefully more of you will join the Stamp Club. Again, we are Stamp Anything. We have a fan group called Stamp Anything Stampers that we would love for you to join. Tons of our fans are in there, and they are also the nicest people ever, that if you have questions or need anything, they will always pipe in and let you know. And then of course, all of our DT who are amazing, all of their inspiration is in there. We do live stream colorings. We also do Color University, which is a paid for class, but in our Facebook group, we have a lot of free coloring alongs to help you learn how to color. So thank you for stopping by. Have a brilliant rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And you know, I was expecting to hear Miss Annie's voice, and instead we heard Stephen. And I'd never seen him. Well, I've never seen him still, but I've never heard him do the demonstration. And Annie, he did a perfect job, as always, just like you. But it was beautiful that everybody that had purchased the kit, you were able to get. This is the Annie's Garden set with the beautiful flowers and the "You're Invited," "I Miss You," so all different types of sentiments. And excuse me, what Stephen did is I just love the technique on how he was building the background with using the water and the daubing, and he just kept layering and layering, and just made just this vibrant background to start with before they even put any of the stamps on. But he showed, spraying and make sure you daub this, showed just some great techniques in building your backgrounds, which, I've been doing some just inking backgrounds, but and he made it look so simple. And the thing is with doing things like that, there's not a wrong way or a wrong look, because it's always going to be different, and that's what's going to make your cards unique and just beautiful. So my favorite part was seeing that technique and building that background, and of course the beautiful Annie's Garden stamp set added to it too. So thank you. I should call Stephen Anything, I guess. No, but great job. Great instruction, great step-by-step as well. And also they did some embossing and adding the embossing powder too to make that stand out. So
I love that.
Just a great project and great techniques for sure. So thank you, Stephen, for that.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we did get to see Annie.
Yes.
The sales portion of the video, and I love Annie's Garden. I don't know what brings, I think because all of us just want to be outside right now.
Yes.
It's beautiful summer. I mean, it's warm, but it's still beautiful, right?
Yes.
And so Annie's Garden is the perfect time for all of these different beautiful flower stamps. Some of them, like the one that you used today, there's also Monarch and Daisies, Bumblebee and Roses, Hummingbird and Morning Glory.
Oh, more hummingbirds. I love the hummingbirds.
Ladybug and Clover. And then there's new ones too, Dave. There's irises, the dragonfly with the lily pad, poppies,
Nice.
and sunflower with the butterfly. Sunflower is my favorite.
There you go. And I love the dragonflies too.
Exactly.
Yep.
So yes, these Annie's Garden is just just so pretty, so beautiful. I would probably even throw in a chibi kid with
There you
it.
go.
Because I am obsessed with
They'll add it. You can add those to any project as well. Just to talk about that added cuteness.
Exactly. And yeah, go on the website because there are chibi kids for every holiday, every thing you can think of.
Chibi Gardener.
Chibi Gardener. Exactly. Exactly. She has so many cool, like, different charms and adornments and different, you know, like
the dyes.
Tools and the dyes, the word dyes and all this. But Dave, you know me and a club.
Yeah.
And she now has this, I don't know if it's new, but it's new to me, but the stamp club. And
that does sound different.
I think she had it, but I'm not sure. But like, I'm so excited about it. So there's 3 different plans that you could join. There's the basic level, which is $24, and you get 3 image stamps, and then 15% off the website, and then a free digital class. The standard plan is $36. You get the 3 stamps, 3 dies, 15% off the website, and then 20% off the themed bundles. So she'll offer like a bundle, and then you also get the digital class. Wow. Now, the deluxe bundle is $50.
It sounds like the Vicky bundle
right
here.
I'm not going to work this bundle. No, I totally, yes. So you get all 3 image stamps, you get the dies, you get 1 stencil, you get 1 die builder, you get a word die, you get 20% off the site, and then you get 20% off the bundles, and then the free digital class. So yeah, so that is everything. If you just want to stamp, if you want to stamp and have the die, or if you want the deluxe and you just want the whole mondo, which you might as well do because you know
great discounts like that.
And then discounts off the whole website.
You can't go wrong with any of those.
You just can't.
For sure.
So, and then if you order, you're going to get a free gift shipped with the first club package.
And she never chintzes on the free gifts.
She doesn't. And she also said in the $50 deluxe bundle, she'll throw in something in that as well. So I just think that even if you're a little slightly interested, she said you could always like opt out, you know, just give it a little advance.
Right.
So I would say give it a try. Yeah. Ask for it for Christmas. Ask for it for your birthday.
Christmas in July.
For Labor Day. I don't know.
Christmas in July, right there.
Ask for or gift yourself. Right? So you guys, oh my goodness, go to the website. Stamp Anything is the cutest ever, and I really think these clubs are going to be fun because it's like Christmas every month.
Yes.
You run to the mailbox, right? Another cool thing that I saw is that she also has a marker club. So if you're wanting to build up your Copic markers, she has that as well, and that's really neat.
And talk about somebody who you will want to get your hands on her coloring and watching her. So.
Yes, go visit our YouTube channel too, because we have the library of all of the different coloring classes that Annie has done for us. And I'm telling you, if you're starting off Copic colorist,
she makes it look so
you're going to want to watch her videos because she's so, I've learned so much from her. So, Stamp Anything's show special is 20% off all of these gorgeous Annie's Garden stamps using the coupon code FLOWERS. Yes.
For sure.
And then she's also offering, if you join the stamp club, you're going to get a free gift. Remember, there's a basic plan, a standard plan, and then the deluxe plan.
Great.
So that's awesome.
All right. So thank you once again, Stamp Anything, and Stephen for doing that great demo. And we want to thank all of our presenters today. I think they were all stamping like a boss. They knew what they were doing and
stamping like a boss.
Taught us some new things for sure.
Yes.
So I do want to mention that if you haven't already signed up to be part of our YouTube channel, you want to subscribe. So you can go to Stampin' Scrapbook Expo and hit subscribe and click on the bell, and you'll be notified of all of our great Mega Make Takes, our great shop at homes, our shop and play events, anything coming up that you will want to make sure that you don't want to miss for sure.
And also in your box, not only did you get those fabulous projects, thank you, but you're also going to get this really awesome paper keeper that says "Stamp Like a Boss."
There you go.
And you also get the button. So that's
who doesn't want a button that says "I stamp like a boss"?
Stamp like a boss,
there you go.
right? Yes.
So yeah, so for those of you who are watching today and didn't have a chance to pre-order the box,
right,
you can still do that. And the great thing about YouTube is that you can go back and watch the demonstrations over, so you won't be missing anything. So,
right.
So great. So everybody, thank you so much for joining us for another one of our great Stamp and Scrapbook Expo at home Mega Make and Take events. And we'll see you at our next at home event here at Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. Goodbye, everybody.
We love you. Bye.